Okay, I see the thing that says we're live on YouTube. That's a good sign. Oh. If it doesn't cooperate, don't feel obligated to. It's a little confused. All right, we're off to a good start. Okay. Just set it on fire again. All right, I see people talking in your Twitch chat, Tabular, so I guess that means you're online. Okay. Should we do the serious people thing and introduce ourselves? Is it going to be really awkward like it was last year? I see a YouTube comment that says we are very quiet, so I'm going to try and bump up the audio levels a little, and hopefully that's better. Okay, I see a further comment that says, I am quiet and everyone else is muted. That's not...
Oh, that's a problem.
Okay.
Well, if I'm doing it, I may as well link my stream then.
Well. There you go. I feel like we found an equitable partition here. Dragonite is the host, but Tabular Elf has the power of at everyone. Surely nothing can go wrong.
No, I'll link kids too.
Okay.
So yeah, everyone has a choice. They can be YouTube or Twitch.
Everyone has a choice, he says, with the loaded gun of at everyone pointed at our heads. Oh dear.
Okay, now my sound settings have been corrected, I think.
Okay. Well,
this is what
I hope
I only do this like every other year. Streaming.
I have not streamed this late, honestly. No, I've not.
Well, that's not late for you. That's fine for you.
That's fine with me.
3 a.m.
late if you weren't going to sleep anyway?
Exactly.
True. I think the last time I was up at 3 a.m. was when I was shipping the Hyperlight Drifter update, and that was like 7 years ago. I don't know how you're doing it, Tab.
I don't know either. I'm like a superhuman. Oh no, we have topics. We're just kind of like gearing up. I have to send a ping. Hold on. Oh.
Yeah, man, we're just shooting the shit. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
No,
can we
well,
swear on this stream? I'm sure we can swear on the stream, right? That's cool.
I'm sure the YouTube
You're
overlords
gonna
will be
do it
fine.
anyway.
Yeah, I will.
I'm sure the YouTube lords will be fine. I mean,
Yeah.
what could happen? What's gonna happen?
Okay. So I guess we need to keep an eye on the comments on
Yeah, I have
Both
both
streams, I
both
imagine,
stream chats open on my screen.
Cool. All right.
You should be able to just pop out like the chat straight up. Like
Yeah,
I just
that's what I
popped
did.
at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
All right, so are we gonna get started for real now?
Yeah, go on, let's do it. Let's stop teasing.
All right. So I
The
guess
stream froze.
welcome to the third annual Screaming About GameMaker. I can't believe that people keep going along with me on this joke. Feel free
I have
to
nothing to
introduce
insert here.
yourselves.
Hi, I am Juju. I am a GameMaker developer who has been cursed to do it professionally and for money. And you might know me from a lot of my open source software that I put out for free.
And for his love of pugs.
And for my love of pugs. Tab, do you want to go next?
Okay, two problems. One, I think I have something still enabled on my OBS. Two, we have the GameMaker community here.
Okay.
Apparently.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, something's seriously wrong on my end, but
Oh,
you know.
Tab,
Yeah,
are
yeah,
you doing okay? This is a great introduction for Tabular Alf. This is what it's like permanently.
Okay. Hi. I'm Tabular Alf. I am the owner of GameMaker Kitchen. I make fossil libraries myself. Lots. Sometimes more than I should, but I make lots, yes.
Wonderful.
And
how about
resident
Gleb? What's-
Australian.
Yes.
I think
yes,
Cloud
actually.
Games described
I
it perfectly
love
in
spiders.
chat now. Dragon, Pug, Cat, and Guy. Hello, I'm Guy. I'm a GameMaker programmer as well. Not as widely known as Juju, or Tabular, or Dragonite. So I'm not really sure why I'm here, but I'm happy to be here.
You're just a good egg. Just a good guy.
Thank you. A good knee, I would say.
I think we should organize a contest to make an avatar for Gleb.
We
Oh,
really
that
should.
would be good.
Yeah, that would be good. Hey,
I
actually,
do need
Neri.
one.
Yeah, Neri, could you very quickly whip up an avatar for Gleb? Would that be all right to ask?
Yeah, she's really fast with them too.
Yeah, she's a great artist.
Someone
Yeah.
got surprised that I'm apparently 3D. I'm 3D.
You're the only one that's free.
Yeah,
I
you got
mean,
like a VTuber
I'm-
thing going on, don't you?
I'm more 3D, I guess.
Yeah. Tab, where did you get your VTuber thing from? That looks really cool.
Okay, so I've actually paid I actually paid like two people separately. I paid one to do the art, and I paid one person to do the rigging. You won't
Ah,
guess how much it costed.
A lot.
A lot, or possibly not enough. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is.
It was 200 USD.
Oh,
Surprisingly.
that's very reasonable, actually. Yeah,
That's
seems
less
pretty
than
cool.
I've heard of
Usually-
other ones going for.
Usually they're
I've heard
like
it's a lot more.
$1,000 to $10,000. Usually.
Right. Shit. Wow. Crap.
Game it can't do 3D though. That is so true.
Yeah. I'd love to man, I'd love to meet the person who did your little cat VTuber thing. They did a really good job.
Yeah, I could probably get you some links.
Get me
The
some
only
links.
thing that's funny is when
Probably.
Tab looks down, it kind of looks like his eye is twitching.
It's just Tabular is really irritated all the time.
Yeah,
Slowly
you're not
losing.
wrong. Okay. I've been
Someone
gone
in
like a couple
chat's,
of
Twitch chat said, "Can you ask Juju if I can put his name in my credits as the Pug Master?"
Yeah, you can, but needs to be capitalized, as in capital T, capital P, and Pugmasters can be all
Does
one
M
word.
have to be capitalized for master?
Nah, it's fine. Nah, just the P, just capital P, capital T, capital T. There you go. Because I think if you do like capital M, then it's like I'm the master of pugs, which is I'm a master who is a pug, if that makes sense. You know, there's a semantic getting very into
When-
this all of a sudden for
when-
reasons I don't understand.
Someone just asked when the pug library is coming, which I mean, there is a
Never.
pug language somewhere.
Oh,
I know.
wow.
Yeah, like
I mean-
pug.js.
Oh, is that a pug.js? That's amazing. Anyway, we're here to talk about GameMaker, everybody.
It's 10 minutes and we've gotten how much done today?
Absolutely nothing. I think we went on 4 tangents.
Look, I'll be honest. Before we started the stream, I like turned off like half of my channel points because they're a thing on Twitch,
Oh yeah,
just so I could get the least amount of distractions, and we still somehow distract ourselves.
I blame
Like-
Gleb
Oh no.
for no reason.
So Neri's asking whether my avatar should be bold. I am not bold, please.
Oh no,
But it should be.
Oh,
Yeah, it should definitely
is-
be bold.
it's just because I called you a good egg. Oh no.
Oh my god.
It's a bit of a meme in the GameMaker server.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh yeah, just a bunch of newcomers calling me bold all the time.
I'm so sorry that I fell into exactly the same trap. Apparently.
No, I like it. It's a good filter too.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you can just ban everybody
Yeah.
who says it.
Yep,
so
exactly.
I'll show myself out.
So, which topics do we want to hit? Do we just want to go down the list of stuff that was talked about in the update video in the Google Doc?
Yeah, I mean, top to bottom, I guess.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Now let's do it.
All right. I believe the first thing on the list was the new code editor is broken, but it exists and you can use it if you want to for any reason.
Oh, it was more broken when I first used it, but it's less broken now. I can at least use it.
Yeah,
To
I'm
be
still
fair-
waiting for it to get more stable.
Yeah. To be fair, Yo-Yo Games did warn us. They did warn us, like, oh hey, it's kind of broken. So
They
like,
did remember to disable it in the last monthly, which I was a little bit nervous that they wouldn't remember to because that sort of thing has slipped in before. Apparently my microphone is still a little quiet.
Yeah, so they
Sorry
slipped
about
in
that.
like a couple of features kind of slip through the net every now and again, don't they?
Yeah, I haven't like sat down and tried to try it out in the last few betas. I have heard that it's still pretty broken.
Yeah, I've mostly stayed clear of it. I had a little poke for a little while, and yeah, it didn't seem to be quite in a place where it was usable.
Same,
But I think
same.
the basic design seems to be going in the right direction, though, and I think Zach has obviously put a lot of effort into that, and we've got to admire that.
Yeah, I have also been just watching, like checking the bug tracker pretty much every morning to see what's going on, and I do see stuff getting fixed, but just not necessarily merged in all the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if whenever the next beta does come out, there's a bunch of fixes that show up all at once.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that. I think GameMaker 2's workflow has been infamously a sticking point for like how many years now? 6 years. So anything to modify that is really good, and they're borrowing from GMEdit, or perhaps come to the same conclusions as Vadim did for GMEdit, and that just seems to be the right direction to go.
There's a lot of like what I would call like new text editors, new code editors that are kind of converging on similar ideas like GMEdit, VS Code, Sublime Text, that sort of thing.
Yo, Michael,
Yeah.
my wife just messaged me saying you're too quiet. Get louder.
Still? Okay. I've
Still,
been
yeah,
twiddling the
apparently.
volume knob and... if did that giant farting noise come across? Because that was me scraping something on my desk.
She's saying it's better now. Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Awkward.
Wow, on stream to how many people?
Why am I bad at everything?
Good question.
Very good. I think that Code Editors 2, I'm not sure when it's going to turn up in sort of a stable state or in a state where we're going to want to use it. I'm a bit
Initially,
concerned
I think
about
it was slated
Also-
for like 2024-6, but I'm definitely thinking it's going to be a lot later than that.
Yeah, I think so, because at the end of the day, like if there's a distance to cover, we don't want people to go burn themselves out to meet an arbitrary deadline, right? Like it doesn't make any sense. I'm a bit worried that it's using Feather to do all the syntax checking, though, especially since kind of Feather itself is not as reliable as I think I personally had hoped.
Feather is kind of frustrating, and I don't want to like make it sound like I'm getting on Zach's case about this because he has so many other things to do, but it's frustrating because it's been like 80% there for like 2 years, but that 20% is really, really like infuriating when it doesn't work.
Yeah, yeah. Syntax checking, it just feels like it needs to be solid, really solid, to rely on it. And man, it feels like it's just outside of reach, right? It feels like it's really close, but it's not quite there yet. I'm not sure the best way to get there. Obviously, I don't know how it's coded. How could I? But yeah.
I have pretty much everything turned off except for the tooltips, which are awesome.
Yeah,
honest,
maybe that's the right way to go.
I've-
Yeah.
I've kind of basically not turned off Feather at all, only because it's like, at least it gives me some kind of a knowledge, like, where do I need to actually ignore Feather in my libraries?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
it. That's
Yeah, I did that
because,
too.
like, I've had some people in the past, like, comment on, like, why don't I just turn off, like, this feature or this feature, and it's like, I just don't really rely on it, like, as, like, indicator. I just rely Feather as a whole as, like, if I'm a stock user and I'm using someone else's tools, I want to know from the get-go if it will be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to address a question that somebody asked in Michael's stream here. So I'll just read out their question. Isn't code editor 2 a different thing outside of Feather? Like they are the same entity, but with the new code editor? So just to explain, Feather is a syntax checker, and the new code editor is a new way of editing code, obviously. But Feather and the code editor are actually separate things, where you can use Feather with the old code editor, but you have to use Feather with the new code editor. So the new code editor can't use the old syntax checker, it has to use Feather. So if you imagine a Venn diagram, there's the old code editor, the new code editor, and Feather is in the middle of both of those code editors. But in order to use the new code editor, you have to use Feather. And since Feather's in kind of a bit of a weird space, it makes moving across less attractive than it could be.
I do use it. I do just leave it on as like the default course of action, and it has saved me time in catching like basic annoyances like misspelling a variable name and then
Yeah, just
all
catching
the
little
usual
stuff like
things that happen when you do that, running the game and having it just not work, and like using the wrong data type or whatever. It has saved me more trouble than it's probably caused me at this point, but when it comes to things like, it has a lot of trouble with variables that are initialized to undefined instead of value to later.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's like the only biggest issue I've had with Feather, like other than like a couple of issues, but it's like the biggest one. Because it's like, I define it undefined because I wanted to use for like structs and such. I don't care, if Feather thinks it's going to be undefined. It's not undefined always. I have checks. I'm saying.
So I spoke to Frankie Smile Show, who is working with the Katana Zero team with ASCII Soft. And what he does, he says that he loves using Feather, but what he does is he turns off almost all of the warnings and the cautions and the syntax sort of suggestions. Yep. He sticks just to the errors, and even then he turns off a couple of the errors, which is very much like what Gleb is saying. And I think this addresses something that City Girl Music said in Tab's Twitch stream, that every time Feather gets turned on, they get scared, right? And I think by managing the warnings, I think it makes it a lot less intimidating.
I kind of have always wanted by default that it should like not be... What are there? There are several modes for Feather, right? So like strict type, syntax errors only, and that sort of thing. I feel like by default it should not use the strict type settings, or at least less strict type settings than it does, because I think that's where most of the false positives come from.
Yeah.
And when someone opens their project and they have 800 Feather errors, it's kind of like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. You just ignore all of them.
Yeah, so from Tabular and I's perspective, as FOSS people, when people import a project or import a library, they get hit by a lot of warnings. And I mean, my response to this is like, well, turn off Feather then, which maybe not the most productive. Tabular, what's your solution for that?
Well, okay. If I had a library that had like no Feather, like ignore comments whatsoever, I would just straight up tell people these days to just put in like a little script in like a folder that just ignores like every folder. Because I know like I think it was 2023.8 they added like a feature which is a godsend where you can actually ignore like a whole set of folders and files.
Like Feather ignore all in or whatever.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
That
was a good feature.
I just recommend that straight up because like you just need a folder called libraries. You put everything that's a library in there, and then it's ignored. It's not a problem anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Minus all the arguments that you use, which aren't covered in Feather. Then that's a bit of a different situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to help people with that. But there's only so much stuff that can be done for us, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I really want to go and support Feather on more stuff, but it's such an enormous amount of work because I feel like I have to learn a whole new, way of describing code. It kind of feels, oh man, especially multiplied over God knows how many thousands of scripts. I'm not sure whether that was a solvable problem or not, but in retrospect, it's kind of intimidating to have to learn all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to suggestions, one thing that's pretty clear is they're a little too harsh because I don't think there's been a day in the main GameMaker server in the help channels when someone hasn't said something like, "Oh, why is my code broken? It has the squiggly thing,"
Yeah.
And they don't really know what's happening there, but it's just a suggestion, but it's not even clear enough that it is. So literally every single day you get a bunch of those.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing on the subreddit when Feather first came out. And to be fair, Feather was in a less stable state at that point. So way more false positives, way more false negatives. There were questions just constantly, but like, what does this blue squiggle mean? Which is interesting because I thought people would have learnt what that means off the back of like autocomplete from word processors and email tools.
I feel like the blue squiggles are the least intimidating because that's just, hey, you can like change this so that it's like less code, and it's like a convenience thing. But I guess that's not immediately obvious to people who haven't like used autocomplete features in other IDEs, Visual Studio, and whatnot. Do you guys remember when Feather first came out in like I think it was early 2022 betas or something, and everyone was like, hey, who has the high score for the most errors in their project?
Yeah,
I remember that.
I've got 8,000, I got 11,000.
I think I had like a really high count, but that was because I had like everything imported like in terms of libraries.
Oh yeah,
I guess you just import every
like 12,000 lines of input and like 4,000 lines of scribble. It's gonna add up.
And plus, I don't know. I think like I don't know. I had like a couple different ones. Had my own. Had Juju's. Had someone else's. It is a tab.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if you imported all my libraries, yeah, you'd be. I should test to see how many errors come up.
Too many.
It's far too many, and part of that is probably just bad programming practice, to be honest. But never mind.
I mean, well, here's the thing. I feel like it's like with the whole Feather situation on your libraries. I haven't seen it being enough of a problem. Some people have actually made utilities just to add Feather ignore
Yeah, I remember
all.
seeing that.
Like automatic Feather documentation comments or whatever.
Just straight up like just Feather ignore all in every single script.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, who was that? I can't remember. Was that I don't know how to pronounce the name. Sahwan? Sahwan?
I think he goes by Shahan.
Shahan.
Please correct me, Shahan, if that's not correct. I think that was it.
I wasn't thinking Sean.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's,
it's somebody else.
You wouldn't think that, would you? I think
Yeah.
that's
no,
correct.
no. I meant like I know it's someone else.
Okay, that's
Oh,
correct.
God.
That's confirmed. Shahan,
They
yeah, Shahan.
it was
I feel
They-
so fucking called out by this. You have no idea. Like, don't get me wrong, I really want to support it, but one, like, massive time investment. Two, like, I'm not sure I'd actually get it right. And number three, I have to maintain the fucking thing. And like, that's
Right.
Four, if the
enormously
bugs
time.
were fixed, it
Right,
would be easier to maintain
It would,
than it
but
is right
the
now.
upfront, yeah, the
I
upfront time cost is
I
like,
have found the exact message, and I've linked it into our little chat thing. I might actually link it in the other little chat thing. Might be better.
So, Cat, very, very politely, very kindly, asked a very straightforward question. Is there any way Feather could be made less intimidating? I, for one, have an answer, and the answer is, I don't know, Cat. I think it's probably okay. I think I'm just being a wuss. But does anyone else have any ideas?
Are the variable name suggestions, object name suggestions, whatever, are those off by default now?
I don't know.
Because some of the
That's a
most
good question,
frustrating
yeah.
comments that I've had with people about GameMaker in the last 2 years have been revolving will your game or will your game not compile if you don't start an object with OBJ?
Oh, really?
Because there are a number of people who think because the feather name suggestions pop up, that means that your game will not build if you don't adhere to the naming standards.
I've just had a thought. I don't know if this is a feature in
Okay,
GameMaker.
I think Zach Rudy is saying yes to it is off by default now, which is
Okay.
Oh, that's very good.
was historically the most frustrating part for me. So that's a
I
start.
maybe might have had possibly pinged everyone for that.
Already. Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. So.
Oh, that's right. I think you did.
Next time
That's
I
all right.
accidentally ping at everyone, I'm gonna have to remind Tabular for this. I lost my train of thought now. Yes, I just had a thought about what you just said, Dragonite. In Feather, there's a suggestion for what you should be calling objects and sprites and rooms, right? I haven't tested this, but like when you create a new object, is the default name in the pattern that Feather expects it to be? Like, I don't think it
I don't
is,
think
right?
so, but that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
That
I'm
would
pretty
be
sure
like,
it's the regular object number, you know?
yeah, that would be the obvious thing to do, right? He says obvious 6 months after this fucking feature was released, but like if Feather expects an object to be called something else, like surely you just call the object. You know, the template should just be there.
Another thing that a lot of people have suggested is like the first time you open GameMaker, the first time you create a new project, to have Feather politely ask you what settings you want it to use.
Similar to the runtimes, right?
Yeah.
first time. Yep.
I mean,
You're suggesting a wizard, aren't you? Like a settings wizard.
Yeah, like
I mean, look, we have
Gleb, you're talking about how like when the first time you update or the first time you download a runtime, GameMaker will ask you if you want to install like Windows plus like
Exactly.
iOS plus whatever, right?
Yeah. So something similar to that, but then you have to think about, okay, so what kind of stuff do we include and what kind of stuff we don't?
Yeah.
Is it just the naming suggestions? Is it what else? Probably
Right.
wouldn't want to have the full list there.
Oh, whoops,
Probably
sorry,
like
kicked me on my
actual
foot.
syntax checking would be good most of the time, right? Like if you miss a curly brace, you want to hear about it.
Yal is saying that we already have it for D&D or GML, which is another
We
one.
actually
Yeah,
do.
that's another one.
yeah.
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 Interesting. I guess this also leads us down the road of per project feather settings when you're working with other people as well.
Ooh, that would be very
That's been a request for since like the beginning, right? To have it per project.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels like kind of a smoother way into setting things up, right?
Honestly,
Also,
like-
someone asked a question like, lol, you were talking about Code Editor 2, now you talk about Feather. Yeah, okay, yeah, fine, we got off topic here. But it is relevant, because if Code Editor 2 becomes the default, then everyone's going to be pushed into Feather by default. And in order to use this fancy new feature, you're going to have to use Feather. So, like, you know, getting Feather to a position where everybody feels more comfortable with it is kind of mandatory for the code the new version of the code editors to be well received. So there is kind of like an order of operations here. There's a dependency.
There's quite a
mean-
few things that are up and coming that are kind of tied together. So not only Feather and the new code editor, but the new code editor was at least partially done because it will more easily support some other things that we'll probably be getting to later in this discussion.
Shall we move on to those other things? We've been talking about Feather for like half an hour.
We love Feather.
Just love Feather.
As a last thing, I'd
He
probably
says,
mention
holding it
that.
at arm's length.
Yes, Gleb, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Music is saying that Feather kind of isn't too flexible when it comes to naming rules, because like you cannot change, or you cannot. There's no distinction between methods and functions apparently, which I cannot confirm right now. But that's problematic as well. Say people could be doing camel case for their methods or their functions, and snake case for the other. I'm not sure if that's actually what it is right now, in terms of like whether there was a setting for it.
Yeah. I think there's a question there of whether that's even good coding practice to have different.
Yeah, sure.
And
sure.
now I'm not having an opinion on that. Just raising that question. Because that is an opinion. Like if you say these two things should be the same, that is an opinion. It's opinionated design.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? But
The thing that hurts me personally the most is you cannot distinguish between global functions and methods in both objects and constructors when you do the JS add function.
Oh, that's interesting.
And that one is still, I'm not sure what to do with that. I've just sort of stopped
Honestly,
adding that to structs.
I generally have okay, I do have an opinion on like the whole like method thing, and it's like it is a necessity to an extent, but the way how Feather works with it, I don't like it.
Oh, go on.
In fact, I think like almost every time I like have imported something over and I've seen it, I wouldn't say it's maybe not want to use it, but it's maybe look at it as like, but now this variable is highlighted when it shouldn't be. Because that's the biggest issue. It highlights a variable randomly in your project because someone has added Feather comments to a method.
That's the problem.
I've seen
yeah.
it do that too, yeah.
That's interesting.
And like there's benefits for doing that, and that's how you get. But it just makes it so much messier.
I guess that's going to be partly solved when we get pseudo namespaces from prefabs. Would it?
Well,
That's a
That-
fantastic segue, Gleb. Well done.
yeah.
Amazing. So smooth.
On that note, is it time to move on to prefabs and or the package manager?
I think it is. Put a chapter in the YouTube video, Dragonite. We're moving on.
All right, let's see. Notes. Scrolling through this Google Doc here. So, long story short, prefabs are going to be basically miniature projects or parts of other projects that you can share and embed into each other. So, everyone in this call likes to make libraries and extensions and share them on the internet. So the obvious example would be something like Scribble. Instead of having to import it into every single project and update it in every single project manually, you would be able to just add the prefab, and then whenever you update the prefab from the source, whenever there's a new version coming out, it will automatically be mirrored to every one of your projects that uses it, which could potentially save a lot of time and could prevent you from having to remember which version of which extension you have in like 3 or 4 different projects.
Yeah, it's going to be so helpful for just sharing code, even just within a company, sharing code between projects. Yeah,
absolutely.
Even if you don't have assets that you share on the internet, like the popular ones that everyone uses, Scribble and whatnot. Even if a lot of people have just their own like common library functions that they just copy and paste between all of their GameMaker projects, just like extra array functions or extra this or that, NP grid, whatever functions that they might want to use. And a prefab would make it easier to manage those.
I will add on to that as well, because like even now we have something that's kind of like in the middle between like just copying and pasting and prefabs, and that is templates.
Templates are the newer option. Yeah, there.
Yeah, because like templates is like good, but it's like if you want to add a new function to your template, then you have to edit that template. But that doesn't transfer to all your existing projects that have been based off that template. Whereas prefabs, you could update the prefab and update for, well, everything, including your template.
And the template projects only are what your new project is based on, right? You can't add
Yep.
other template like assets to it midway through.
It's sort of similar to local
No.
packages in that way, if you think about it.
Yeah.
There isn't too
Yeah.
much of a difference.
I remember when local packages were first published, where they first published as a feature by GameMaker, and suddenly there was an explosion of people sharing code for free. You know,
Mm-hmm.
arguably, you know, Scribble did actually exist before this, but arguably Scribble's success is like measured by the local package manager being introduced into GameMaker. And I remember talking to somebody at GameMaker, I can't remember who it was, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we were really surprised at the success of this. Like, we knew that people wanted to share code, but we thought it was you know, top tier nerds. We didn't realize that everybody is going to benefit from this."
At least part of that is
And-
because the marketplace itself, which had a very similar distribution system to at least the shared files were distributed in a way similar to YYMP, but the marketplace is a mess, so nobody used it.
Yeah, like truly
Speaking
a
of
car
that,
crash
by
of
the
a
way,
project. Yes.
Speaking of the marketplace, I think. I'm pretty sure I've been going through the Q&A thread on the forums, and I think Gavin said that prefabs will either partly or might even want to say fully replace the marketplace. Not sure about
Yeah, that's
fully.
last
but
We've been
there
hearing
was
that
a
since
comment
what,
about
like
that.
2021, and it
Yeah.
still is a nebulous distance off in the future.
Yeah, Yo-Yo Games have been saying we're going to redo the marketplace for donkey's years. I mean, like literally as long
It's
as I
like-
can remember.
Yep.
You know the joke they
And it-
make about fusion power always being 30 years away? For us, it's that with the marketplace.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't have mentioned it.
Yeah,
I mean-
we're not gonna complain about the marketplace anymore. We everyone knows it's terrible. Let's just move on.
They left a
No,
comment in the
the-
stream
yeah.
that said websites are hard.
I mean, sure.
I mean,
Yes.
I don't necessarily blame them. No, it can be hard sometimes. That is all
Okay,
I'm
that
gonna say.
pregnant pause is over. Let's move on. I'm really
It's
excited
always
by prefabs.
awkward just like complaining about GameMaker while the GameMaker official channel is watching.
Yeah.
Hey, just think about as just someone witnessing to our great discussion.
Yeah, I can imagine the four of us sitting around complaining about GameMaker whilst getting absolutely crashed. Or is that's just me doing that? Okay.
I think that's just you.
Okay. Me and my bottle of tap water. I'm getting absolutely sloshed. Yeah, I'm really excited about prefabs. Obviously, it's going to make what I like to do as a hobby all that more enjoyable and more interactive. But Tab, I mean, like you do tons of FOSS. Yeah, how do you feel about this? Yeah, how do you think it might change your workflow?
Well, okay, I have thought about this for a while now for some things, but before I get to that, there is a question someone did ask, and it is a question I'm curious about. If we're getting prefabs, what is happening to local packages?
Yeah.
Honestly,
Question.
I have no idea.
That's a great
for that.
question. Yeah.
I feel like the ideal scenario would be that prefabs could be, in a sense, like local packages, because I believe you can still use them locally, maybe?
I can't imagine getting rid of local packages as a feature. They're just useful for sort of one-off point-to-point. Here's a bunch of code, right?
I could just think about, like, in general, just, like, what would happen ideally at some point in the future. But, like, I don't think they're going to disappear anytime soon.
Nah, I don't think so.
But in terms of FOSS...
I don't know.
I'll run back to me in terms of FOSS. I feel like one of the biggest features about prefabs, because the main benefit about prefabs is that you can reference more than just your project. You could reference other things. So I mean, obviously we have no idea about the API. We have no idea what prefabs actually look like. But
Not yet.
I'm just gonna be a bit hypothetical. You remember how when we try to like modularize input itself, so like we can
Yeah.
kind of separate features. The thing is that I have talked about it so much, but the only way you can really get it to work in an ideal fashion is to use like extensions, because extensions actually have an extension exist function, which actually check if they exist or not. The problem is that inputs for LTS, and it doesn't really have that for every platform on LTS.
Well, here's an exclusive for GameMaker Screaming. Congratulations, guys. I am currently having discussions with Aylin about updating input to the latest version of GameMaker such that a bunch of the code can get deleted.
Finally!
Finally. And also, hopefully, fingers crossed, we can make some significant performance improvements. And if this means that we can modularize the library later down the line, then we're all winning, because that is a fat library, and I feel a bit sorry for Aylin having to maintain all of it.
It has been
Yeah,
so
there you go.
fascinating to watch input develop over the years.
Yeah, they grow up so fast. It's become a huge library. That is easily 3 times the size of Scribble. It's phenomenally big.
Well, in that case then, when you get it around to monthly, or at least the early stages, let me know.
Yes. Yeah,
In fact,
I think
just take me from whatever I'm doing and just completely put it on my desk. Make it a priority.
yeah, Aylin and I will still need to talk about it, and also talk to other people on the team as well. So I know Nick and yourself, Tabular, and I know a bunch of other people have also contributed loads of stuff to it. So it's a case of talking about how do we move forwards with an eye on prefabs. How do we sort of break this down into something that's even more applicable, rather than just being a big fat thing that sits in your project and eats up CPU cycles? How can we turn this into a palette of tools that you can put together if you want, or you can take it all together and have the full, the whole 9 yards, or maybe you just want one sub module from it for gamepads or mouse fixes or whatever. And hopefully prefabs makes this possible. Hopefully. Sorry, Tom. Go on. You're saying some other stuff.
Yeah. But I guess it's like in general, I love the idea of prefabs, mainly purely for like a code reference, and the fact that you can pick a version rather than having to sit on the latest. Maybe we just say we had all of input right now as prefabs. You could pick to use input 5. I don't know why you would, but you could.
Yeah,
Or-
and this is something that I think you and I have both run into this, haven't you, Tab? Where there's been a GameMaker update that's introduced some cool new features, but to take advantage of that, you kind of have to break the library a little bit. So some people are stuck on an old version, some people are stuck on a new version, and it's like, how do you provide support for this? And yeah, prefabs might make that worse, to be honest.
I mean, okay. I feel like to an extent, like, I feel like at least if input was on monthly, or at least right now, it'd probably have more benefits than it would, like, being on LTS till, like, the end of the year. But I mean, at this point, we're going to be on, like, some kind of monthly mutation anyways for the next LTS.
Yeah.
Update. So I feel like it wouldn't be the worst. We'd still get plenty of benefits and still be on LTS. But yeah,
Wobbling my hand over here, like, yeah, it'll be fine. There are pros and cons.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to everything.
I feel like a lot of this still depends on like how stable the future monthly updates are in the first place.
Yeah.
Because that's always been a kind of a question mark whenever a new monthly comes out, isn't it?
Is a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's true.
I love
I
this
still have to
comment.
go through all my projects to make sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Or
If I learned
bi-monthly,
one
yeah.
thing, coding, it's not to update automatically. That is true. Unless you're insane like me. Or I guess Michael here.
I do run my main projects on the betas because there is something wrong with me. Apparently, I was dropped as a baby.
Oh no.
That usually means that, assuming that Wizard Ducks works on like the last beta of the month, it's probably going to work on the actual monthly release too. but it is also like sometimes things do break in hilarious ways.
Yeah, the last beta and the actual stable are meant to be the same build, right? That's what I was told a while ago. But every now and
Occasionally they have
again,
not been.
yeah, and I
I love the way they just took out the stable name, which is accurate.
Bit of
yeah, I mean you can't
bit
really
of an
fault them for that,
admission.
can you?
Yeah. It's better to not have it there because it's not quite that compared
Yeah.
to LTS, which a lot of people will just shift back to because the monthly is just too buggy and too laggy still. And we've been having
Yeah,
these IDE performance issues
Oh,
for a while.
I feel like every time one performance issue gets fixed in the monthly, another one appears.
It does
look,
seem that way, yeah.
I'm gonna be completely and utterly honest. If I didn't use monthly at all, I'd probably would not. I'd probably find it a godsend not running into all these problems. But at the same time, I've used monthly for so long, I cannot use LTS and make a project in it unless it's like a
Yeah.
team collab thing. I just can't. There's just too many good features for me to
It's
say
the same for
no.
me, exactly the same.
I
Yeah.
I both loved and hated how, what was it, 2022 LTS came out, and then like immediately the next update contained all the fancy audio effects.
It
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was structured arrays and then fancy auto effects and struct hashes and static changes.
The array
Yeah,
stuff
that
got
was a bit
merged into
bit
the
frustrating.
LTS update, didn't it? Like the structured
Some
array
of the
functions.
oh, okay, I know a couple of the string functions did, like pretty much all of them. I know some of the array functions did, but not many. I think it's like 2 array functions if I recall.
I'm just waiting for room get info now.
That's the
One thing about input Juju is like the question is, this is a bit of an inside joke here. But when it gets to prefabs, is input still going to take 85% of my step event?
Is it going to take 85% of your step event?
Yeah.
Darling, if input is the only thing in your project, I'll take all 100% of your step event.
I was gonna say those are
So,
rookie numbers. We can bump that number up a bit if you want to, but I think Juju's joke was funnier.
I don't
Yeah.
like the step percentage in the profiler. I have been outspoken about this in the past, and I will continue to be outspoken. I think it's completely unnecessary. I think it's highly distracting. And if you're going to do a
Actually,
percentage, it should be the percentage of the target frame rate and the target frame time rather than the actual frame time, because the target frame rate is the one you care about, not the actual frame rate.
I 100% agree. Every time I've seen I'm sorry to cut you off, but like every time I've seen someone complain about like step, and it's not just in GameMaker Kitchen. I've seen it basically any GameMaker community. I always see
Yep.
it mentioned, and what I end up writing like an essay's worth of like why you shouldn't look at step and where you should actually be looking.
It's kind of like FPS real falling off in like an inversely proportional to frame time. Like you have an empty project, it's running at like 5k FPS. You add one object, it drops down to 3k.
Oh no,
Yeah,
my
same thing,
FPS. Oh no, my game's running slow.
It's a question of perception. So when you see a percentage and you see a high percentage, you go, "Oh, that must mean like that's a big proportion of something." And it's
It
the
does feel that way.
proportion of
I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, it's the proportion of something that's the misunderstanding. You know,
Yep.
a percentage of a step. Oh my god, that's 85% of an entire step. That's terrible. But the appreciation for a new user of what a step, air quotes, represents is not fully formed yet. It's not fully clear. They don't understand sort of the abstract concept of that. And the same thing goes for frames per second. You know, we're so used to seeing a drop from 3,000 to 1,000 being way worse than a drop from 30 to 20. Because it's 1,000. 1,000 is a bigger number. And it's just, again, it's a matter of perception. And this is part of learning to be a game developer is learning what is hard and what is easy and what is important and what is irrelevant. And that's just experience. To a certain extent, you can't replace that. But you can design an IDE, you can design a user experience, which helps people learn that. At the end of the day, GameMaker is a learning piece of software. That's its origin. And I don't think we should step that far away from it. And so stuff like a step percentage being so deceptive, so on its face inaccurate or unhelpful, means that it actually slows the learning process. It means that slightly pissy people like me have to explain to unfairly confused new people what the correct perception is. And that's just counterproductive. I actually like passionately have a real problem with this. The GameMaker came out of this learning tool, and there's this obvious. To me, it's kind of obvious because I get hassled by it quite a lot. There's this obvious problem, and I've addressed this. I've kind of brought this up a few times, and it's all just been, well, they just need to learn. It's like, right, but who's doing the teaching? Who's spending the time teaching? It's me. It's Tabular. It's Gleb. It's Dragonite. It's all of us who are kind enough to give back to the GameMaker community. But more than that, GameMaker itself should be doing the teaching. The software should be doing the teaching. And this speaks to your point, Michael, about Feather not making it easy to learn how to use it. The software should do the teaching. That just cuts out the middleman. And the middleman does tend to be us. That matters. We should be teaching people how to understand Sean Spaulding's collision code, right? That's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be teaching people that, no, this percentage is not the thing you think it is. One of those is interesting and educational. The other one is just boring paperwork. I have a problem with that, personally.
I know this is not on topic, but I do want to make a slight detour on that. This is a similar problem we have in terms of user interface as well, which I feel like is a big thing I like to bring up every now and then.
User interface with
GM.
regards to the IDE.
Yes. But
I think that
you'd all
takes
agree with me.
us to the next topic, where we should just go ahead and write our own debugger using the IDE plugins that are going to be coming soon.
Well, I mean, that is kind of, I guess it could kind of fit. Yeah, I was going to talk about GM Visual.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, you want to talk about that?
Yeah.
man,
no,
that's a
I
whole
kinda
separate
said-
topic. I really want to like GM Visual because it could be really good, but it's also just kind of not there exactly.
It's gone 2 step forwards and 2 step backs. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's come to a point where the only thing you can suggest in the help channels is not to use it.
I still think
People want to
like
make all kinds of things, and just trying to walk them through making it in Visual is going to be like, oh, well, that's going to be a code block. And that one too. Oh, this function is missing. There's no code block for it. Oh, you have a huge wall of them now. You're lost. What do? You
Yeah.
move to code.
Well,
Yeah,
okay. I will say this. I have seen people actually make entire games, like really big games, with just GM Visual and like little to no code. I think it's definitely possible, but the problem I find is similar to like older versions, but it's more apparent with newer versions because it's a lot more harder to actually visualize like when a start of a block and an end of block happens. Because like in older versions of GameMaker, if you wanted to have like do some code in a block, you have literally start and end blocks. In GM Visual, you don't have that.
it's visually
Yeah.
indented, right? I
Yeah.
haven't looked at it in a while, but I think that's what it does.
Like you don't really get to specify the start and end. You have to literally get a block that actually has like an actual block statement, and then you got to drag it over. And it's not like visually like telling exactly how. I've seen it multiple times whenever I've seen like in the help channels or literally anywhere whenever someone's asking help for GM Visual. It's just they don't understand the fact that you're meant to do that because GM is not teaching you that.
Something that sort of struck me when I first started using GMS2's visual coding systems. It kind of got all this spaghetti stuff going on. It's got all these sort of node-based systems. And the interface of GameMaker doesn't really lend itself to that. You look at blueprints in I said Unity. Excuse me. Blueprints in Unreal. I'm a real game developer. It takes up the entire screen. Right? It's a full, when you want to go look at a script or an event in Unreal, it's the whole screen, and you can zoom around and zoom in, zoom out. And you can sort of see how strongly that has influenced GMS2, where got the workspace, and within the workspace you've got scripts. And I suppose the idea was that you would, not only can you zoom in and out on a script, but you can also zoom in and out on the context of a script, which, on paper sounds pretty good. But I just feel like blueprints are not the correct, what you call metaphor. So it's not the correct user experience metaphor. Because GameMaker is quite nuts and bolts. Like, you want to write a piece of code in GameMaker, it's like you are doing procedural programming. Like, it is lines of code, and a lot of them usually. And I think Scratch, to be honest, is a better comparison. And it just kind of surprised me that GameMaker went the blueprint direction rather than the block direction, especially since the lineage and the history of GameMaker is, as you rightly say, Tabular, blocks. Like, I remember programming using GameMaker blocks way back.
I have a few statements just now in regards to GM Visual, and I want to say this. I find GM Visual, like you're saying, like to be like a very important tool, and there are people. It's really aimed for like the younger audience, but I'm gonna say this as someone who's on the autism spectrum and who has actually dealt with a lot of drag and drop in my past. I find it useful as a kind of a stepping stone in terms of learning for really anyone who just needs the time to understand how the code structure works. And it's easier.
Sorry, keep going.
It's a lot more easier when you can visualize it versus writing it out. And it's not like you don't really need a lot to actually like improve on it. I've made exactly 2 feature requests where I feel like, in my perspective, that it could actually be possible to just give the community the tools to make their own visual blocks.
Yeah, in an older version of GameMaker, they did that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's still there. The foundation is still there. Like,
what is it?
I actually have added my own like visual blocks in a test at one point.
What?
You can still do it, but it's like, I found it to be easier to just do it by hand, like literally writing it out. Like in the aspect.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I've suggested to have it so you can actually add your own in general, just so like if hypothetically someone want to make a library that's for GM Visual, they could, or they just want to add a bunch of missing blocks. But also I have suggested this more so for the help channels, because I've noticed it too many times. It'd be really nice to be able to just export like an entire event or script work of blocks, so you can just copy it straight into your project. No packages, none of that.
Just like a big hunk and copy all button or something.
Yeah, like it's not the most like intuitive, and I know there's definitely better ways of going by that, but I feel like it's a lot better than having no options.
Yeah.
Or having to teach someone packages.
I would love to see the ability. I'd say love. I think it'd be interesting for educators specifically to have the ability to create custom blocks for GM Visual, for drag and drop, and tie that into prefabs. That seems like a really obvious win.
I was just thinking, like, if you had the big whole scribble thing, but you also had the ability to also include a GM Visual block for draw text scribble or one of the other extremely cut down, simplified functions to go with it, so that a beginner could still use GM Visual, but they could also use the formatting tags that come with Scribble, for example. Yeah. Arguably, like by the time that someone's interested in doing that, they should be using code anyway, but that's a different philosophical discussion that people are not going to come to any agreement on anytime soon.
So something that's not... sorry, Tab, go on. You.
I was just going to say, I feel like even if like Juju didn't want to do a GM Visual, someone will be crazy enough to do it. Like, straight up with Scribble. Yeah. There's no stopping someone from doing that, but I mean, it's a choice.
Well, this is another strength of prefabs, right? So I can go make the base technology, and then someone else can be like, "Oh, gee whiz, I want to do that for my, sixth form, or perhaps GCSE level students, or university students, or whatever." Insert high school here, I guess, if you're American or from other parts of the world, and then they can create a wrapper that wraps around Scribble, and then Scribble itself can depend on something else, I suppose, some vertex buffer manager, and we've just never had this experience before in GameMaker. Like we can look across at JavaScript or really any programming language that's commonly used these days, and we can look at dependency hell, right? But at the end of the day, we're in dependency hell because it is so useful to depend on each other as technology providers, as vendors. And so, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. Like, somebody will come along and put a wrapper around GN Live. That would be fucking super cool. Live editing with visual, that sounds like a killer feature to me. Why not? Why not make this happen?
Hey, look, if my feature requests never get done at the end of the day, when IDE plugins, it's fine. I could just do it myself, Fanner style.
So something that's not represented amongst the four of us here is people who work in education. It's something to kind of remind ourselves of here.
I mean, Dragonite makes 3D tutorials. That's good enough.
I meant in
those
like
are
educational
specifically
institutions.
for nerds on the internet, not in like a classroom setting.
Oh, I know. I know.
Which is what I started saying earlier before I didn't realize you still had more to say. Is I've been reading the stream chats, and there's been a number of people who brought up that like probably the ideal use for GM Visual would be like if you are talking to someone who has never seen a line of code in their life, they have never seen a variable, they don't know what a function is, they don't know what if, for, while is, and they want to make a game, but they want to be able to dictate, like, have the instructions in their game look like spoken English. That is what Visual would be better for, and then they can do that for, a few days, a few weeks, and then, like, you can sort of just gently poke them and say, that's basically source code. You can click the button that turns GM Visual into source code, and then they go from there. And in that respect, like, it doesn't really bother me that we don't have certain functions in GM Visual. Like, wouldn't expect someone in that position to actually care all that much about, like, vertex buffers. Although I think the issue there is more that, like, there are some simple functions that people would expect to have visual blocks for that aren't, and then they do have some of the more arcane ones for visual for no reason.
I don't know if we even get like the updated array functions, if I recall either. Like, we don't really have that many options there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, they do rely, most of them, I say most, some of them rely on predicate functions, which is like kind of a complicated concept, I think, to teach somebody.
I don't think I would want functional programming in GM Visual, although I think some things like array, I haven't checked the list, so I don't know which ones have visual blocks now, but like array last, array first, array slice, that sort of thing, probably you would expect to have.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Anyway, we were talking about prefabs, weren't we? Oh yeah, right,
That got off the
namespaces.
rails real fast.
That went way off the rails. So namespaces,
That was the original
namespaces
impetus for talking about prefabs, wasn't it? Namespaces.
It was. Yes, it was.
Yeah, yes.
I wonder how this is going to work with stuff like macros. Do macros get namespaced? I don't know.
I believe I've seen Yo-Yo Games people say that like macros, like preprocessor definitions will be local to the prefabs that they're defined in, so you won't be able to access them outside unless the author specifically like exports them or something. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that's what I
think I've seen that too. Yeah.
The sentiment was.
I mean, yeah, like the whole point of like the prefab system is that like everything you have in a prefab, you can choose what is public and private. If you wanted it to be private, then that is completely fine. If you want to expose a macro, more or less, you could.
Awesome. This is something that I love is using macros. I think macros are brilliant. Basically, they're perfect.
I love macros too.
Yeah, they're great.
Most people don't even know what macros are, which is funny to me.
I could sit here and go into a topic about it, but you know what? We could just not do that.
Yeah.
To most people, they're just like fancy constants, which is fine. You can do some additional cool things with them if you want. But, yeah.
Yep. Something that I like to do is creating very clear enums, a very clear sort of name spacing for macros, so that the usage of the macros is really obvious. And something else that I do with them is I use them as configuration files, so you can turn on and off features by changing the value in a macro. And this is great because this is handled at compile time, so it's really efficient. It's like parts of the code in your code base will just disappear if you set a variable to false. Something that I'm really curious about is how GameMaker handles that sort of feature. Am I going to have to ship a prefab and a configuration script? How's that going to work? How's it going to work when there are two versions of a prefab or something? Because if you've got namespacing, you can potentially have two prefabs of two different versions that might be conflicting. But because you've got namespacing, you can potentially separate the two things out, essentially. So I'm just... there's a lot of questions there that are not easily answered, I think. And I think we'll just have to see how it goes to answer those questions. But when it comes down to configuration macros, it would be lovely if there was a UI component for this. Like with extensions. So there's like a control panel.
Yeah,
so I could set up a control
that immediately
panel.
comes to mind for me too.
Yeah. Like, oh hey, I don't want Scribble to fix new lines for me. Tick that off.
That would also
That'd
make
be
it
so-
a lot easier to update them too, because like right now you update Scribble, you have to like make a copy of your config files, delete the old version, add the new version, and then copy the changes back in, which is a little tedious.
Yeah, which
Especially if they're breaking changes.
Yeah, this is where documentation really helps, but shrug. It's just a bit clumsy. Fortunately, I never update anything, so it's rarely a problem. But when I do, yes, get a lot of questions about it. So I'm kind of curious to see how prefabs handle that, personally.
I think when it comes to that, they might just limit you to have either the most recent or one of the previous versions of the prefab, meaning you wouldn't be able to have multiple. Because as you said, sorting between those, so let's say you have Scribble 8, Scribble 9, would you be able to just use both at the same time and prefix for that?
Well, I think you should be able to pick which one you use, because it's like if you have one project which is on Scribble 8, you make a new one that's on 9, you might not want to update the old one to 9 in case it breaks something when you're like a month away from shipping.
Yeah, pick definitely. But when it comes to having both at the same time or even
You mean in
more,
the same project? Okay.
yeah. So that's what Juju was saying. Is like, can you have multiple?
Yeah, I
And how does
suspect.
that work together?
I suspect probably not. We're not living in that world, I don't think. But I don't know, maybe.
I have a very unsubtle but totally completely unrelated thing. Hey Gleb, you got a DM.
You got a DM, Gleb.
Oh, I did. Okay.
It's I mean I have opinions, Gleb, but I'll let you.
It's way more glasses than I usually have on my face, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I don't really wear glasses. Those are just for the picture.
Well, no,
I don't know,
you're
man.
wearing. Well, I don't know. You're wearing glasses in that picture. I can only imagine you with glasses.
Too late, you've
So-
been
Yeah.
immortalized with glasses. This is how history will remember you.
I feel like you are the projection of the glasses. Like the glasses are you. They're your what do you call it? Horcrux.
Right. Okay.
That's right. I watched the last Harry Potter film.
Wow, you watch films?
There's a long story to that I won't go into on a public stream. Let's continue.
Did we cover everything to do with prefabs?
I
think-
am very much looking forward to the first person to make like, here's my vector library. You should make a dependency on my vector library, and that vector library is
And
like
then-
horrifically inefficient.
Well,
About
you know
8
what?
seconds later, there's like 30 different vector libraries on the package manager.
Yeah.
Because
It's
everyone
almost
and their dog has
important,
made one by this point.
like someone's already imported like the Godot like Vector 2 stuff. I'll just make that into a prefab. It won't be a problem, surely.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
What could
What
possibly
could go
Just
wrong?
make the entirety of Godot a prefab and import it into GameMaker.
you could actually do that.
I mean, that's a great segue to our ID plugins. We could put Godot
I mean, when
and
those
edit
come
up
in, that's
in
what's going to
GameMaker.
happen. Yeah, exactly.
And you thought
For
that
the
was
record,
an April Fool's joke of Yellow Afterlife.
Tabular Alpha has just suggested we break the order in the Google Doc. So I don't know how we feel about that.
Wait, I did?
Order in
Yeah.
this stream?
We have order at like 4 a.m. What order?
IDE plugins, gentlemen. What do we think?
I give it about 30 seconds before someone tries to recreate the GMS1 sprite editor.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that was gonna be a Halloween.
I see it more likely as I have seen it recently. Someone's actually got like an old GM8 like preview sprite editor on an archive site now. I can see that someone just
I know that. What
embedding
was
that
it?
in.
Is it on like the Internet Archive or something? Someone was talking
Yeah,
about
it-
that in one of the
it
Discords
just-
yesterday.
It just, well, they talked on them both, but it's like, it is now on the archive.
Yeah. So if you want to go use the old GameMaker sprite editor as like a standalone tool, congratulations, you don't have to keep yelling at Yo-Yo Games to fix the sprite editor in GMS2. You can now just go back to the thing that you like and love. And I hope you're happy. I genuinely do.
Can you imagine someone setting that as their external sprite editor in the GameMaker preferences? So every time they click edit sprite, it just pops open like GM8 or something.
Why have I not already done that? That sounds amazing.
One of the
we
things
literally,
Yeah, go ahead.
we were literally talking about IDE plugins for 30 seconds there. I just want to point
It's
that
about 20
out.
seconds
That's
longer
not to
than we were
continue.
talking about the code editor too before getting derailed on Feather.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have an
You know,
excuse this time.
it just happens. It just happens, you know. We go on about prefabs, we skip over a topic, we go for IDE plugins, but I mean, I guess like the point is, it's like, with IDE plugins, you can make anything. You could fix anything.
Well, hopefully.
Basically.
So for a little
Hopefully.
bit of
Well, I mean-
context, the anyone who's looked in the install folder for several recent versions of GameMaker now might have noticed that things like the sprite editor or the room editor or the sequence editor are their own files of like DLL extension files in the GameMaker install, and the idea is that those are basically already IDE modules, and you'll be able to make similar things that just live in a I guess it would be like a C# runtime, and you can load them into the IDE. And should you want to, for example, like make your own like GameMaker data types, like through an included file or something, you can make an editor for that.
So, as an example, let's say you wanted to configure Lexicon, which is Tabular Alf's localization system. Tabular Alf could present a nice little IDE plugin, which allows you to access that localization data in a way that's a little bit more familiar than just raw JSON. And that is something
Yeah.
Tabular Alf can go and sit down and do. Potentially. I'm not trying to say he's going to do it. And it's God,
I will say, I'm now stealing that. Thank you. It's another
you're
idea.
very welcome. And it's just, you know, it's a way of helping to dress up data. So the way to think about most IDE stuff in game engines, it's a dressing up of data. And for something like Scribble or maybe Input, I could write a configuration system where you could configure input. Maybe that would be the solution to a lack of a control panel, would be to make my own control panel. And there's just tons of stuff you can do with it. You know, someone suggested like a 3D editor, 3D preview.
For sure. Yeah.
Circadian here is asking about custom asset types. So yes, kind of. Though I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, other people talking to me, but you would need to like have a JSON system set up,
I mean,
and then you would have a constructor,
I
and your JSON
think-
would feed a constructor, I think, right?
Yeah, I feel like the caveat would be like, you don't think you exactly can make your own like asset types. You could probably do like some sort of like interfacing, I suppose. Like I said, it's really hard to tell because we don't really have a full idea what IDE plugins have, what do they provide us, what can we do on a per project level. But I feel like, given the fact that the project format itself is so specific, I can see it more so like you could define your own air quote asset type, but actually just be somewhere in your data files or something, and then you would just have it on compile actually process that.
So,
So
it
Gavin
was
said we will
clarified.
have access to the data file.
Yeah,
That was answered in the Q&A. Yeah.
you'll have access
And
to
if
the
I may,
entire
what I'm-
project file, and you'll also be able to use like all the whole armada of UI widgets in the IDE. So, like any sprite properties, object properties, room properties, that sort of thing, you'll be able to access.
Well, yeah, but it's like you still can't like, I guess, make your own like dedicated asset type for the project file. You sort of have to do some interweaving.
Yeah,
At least
I
I'd
don't
imagine.
think you'll be able to like define your own like native resource type or anything like that. But the way that I see it working is that you could create like some kind of included file of your own, and you could create a nice front end editor for it. And as far as the end user is concerned, that it might as well be a built-in asset type, and they won't have to
Yeah.
deal with managing it in the file system. They won't have to deal with like oh gosh, like loading it from the file when the game runs or anything like that, because that will be taken care of by the UI plugin and any like runtime code you might provide alongside it.
See, that's
So-
what I'm wondering the most about is, let's say I make an improved physics fixture editor for it. Let's say I can have an unlimited amount of fixtures bound to a single instance, or a single object in this case. And then we don't care about concave anymore, so you can do concave just fine. So we just add a bunch of improvements to that. How do I send that over to the runner? That is probably the best, the biggest question here is, how do we communicate back into the runner? So if you picture the current physics system, the base built-in fixture is bound to the instance. Would I be able to do the same?
I don't know a
Or-
lot about the physics system, but I imagine you would be able to, because they did say that you can access, the entire project model. So you would probably be able to not only read but also write object properties. I
It's
don't
not really
know
about
if-
physics in this case,
Yeah.
right? It's about sending the data there and making sure it's in there without having to load the files, as you were saying.
I don't know if you'll be able to stick your own properties onto built-in data types, like if you have an object and you want to, like, I don't know, a common request, and this has been kicked around a lot in the feature requests, is to have a setting for like collision or no collision instead of just the mask index. I don't know if you'd be able to do that through a UI plugin and have a like has collision or no collision setting in the IDE through that, but I'm sure that we'll find out eventually.
Yeah, that's a big one. Like, could we potentially have, I don't know, maybe given we have JavaScript support and C# coming soon, can we like insert a snippet of code that's going to receive arguments from the plugin and run that on the object? Or
Someone
what
in the
kind of
comments
bridge
said
do we have
IDE
there?
plugins is not the same as extending the runtime. Yes, but I imagine a lot of people are going to create an IDE plugin and they're going to create a runtime extension in GML code to go with it. So they
Yeah,
will
like,
say,
I mean,
here's the IDE editor for this this task, this asset, whatever, and here is the YYMPS so that you can actually mess with it in the game, is what I imagine happening.
Yeah, I can't imagine many situations in which you'd have an IDE plugin without supporting GML code. To the point where even the IDE plugin would probably get packaged with some extension or prefab or library or whatever.
They did
Just by
say it
default.
would probably be distributed through the package manager, and I can't imagine there would be any reason why you can't ship both at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to make a replacement objects editor, which I fully support that endeavor, or replacement room editor, then you're working with native data structures and all of the problems that entails. But yeah, I can't see a world in which you would be separating your IDE plugin from native runtime code, GML native runtime code.
I could definitely
that's
see
the most
like people
exciting
trying
part
to
for
make
sure.
a friendlier version of the animation curve editor or something, but I think most of the real fun is to be had in also extending the runtime.
Yeah. I'm waiting for hitbox editors and attachment point editors, color palettes, all that
God. Is this the solution to all my problems?
stuff. Probably, honestly. Yeah. Plugins excite me the most, even more than prefabs. Prefabs feel like a supporting system for that, and other things, of course.
This is sort of what I meant earlier when I said a lot of the things that sound like separate items on this up and coming feature list really are tied together in at least some ways.
Yeah.
I suspect this is why we're seeing it arrive quite slowly as well. Because if everything is mutually supportive, that means everything needs to be there in order to be shipped, which means everything needs to be made and tested and then probably remade in some part, because that's how testing goes.
We do
So,
laugh
yeah,
about
I mean,
how it always takes everything a lot longer to get added to GameMaker than Yo-Yo Games tells us it's going to, but for what it's worth, I would rather that than the Unity situation where stuff gets added and disappears randomly because they didn't do it right the first time, and Unity does get pissed off constantly about that.
I was hanging out with the other side, with the dark side, over the weekend. So a couple of Unity developers, one of which was my fiance, and I was talking to them
Uh-oh.
about networking solutions in Unity, and they were like, "There are 5. 2 of them don't exist anymore, and the other 3 are not maintained really, without
Oh,
documentation."
so
Interesting.
basically everything's on fire. Gotcha.
I was like, "Oh, that sounds bad." And the guy showed me a screenshot of a game he was working on. He's like, "I've got 10 users. These are my testers. This game is not public yet. I wanted to give one of them a special item, but this tester didn't know their, 40-digit SHA-1 hash of their username. So I had to go through each of my 10 users and figure out which user was which based on their email address." Like, I couldn't... And you can't search by email address. You can only search by this secret hash, right? This hexadecimal string. And I was like, "Oh, that sounds bad." He's like, "Yeah, for 10 people, it was really annoying. For 100 people, it would have taken me all day. For 1,000 people, it's infeasible for me to go and solve any problems for any user because I can't search by email address." I was like, "Wow, okay." And he was like, "This is the most recent package that Unity have put out." So this fundamental component of customer support that is available in like every account management system ever, which is search user by email, is just not a feature. And there is no indication from Unity that it ever will be a feature. Now, I appreciate in GameMaker we don't have this problem because we don't have centralized customer support systems. That's not a thing that GameMaker provides. But gee whiz, if GameMaker made a network solution that did that, I'm pretty sure they would add search by email as a feature. Vadim always says, because he's, he bounced around lots of different engines because he's Vadim. Vadim always says you pick your poison, and Unity is a very particular flavor of poison. GameMaker is another flavor. And I looked at him, and he was like kind of looking at this situation as like, I am so far into this now, I cannot change trajectory, and I know it's going to be a fucking nightmare. And I said to him, "I am making a multiplayer game in GameMaker, and I'm glad that I'm doing so. And I've never felt that more." Such a weird interaction to have on a Sunday. Yeah. Unity, man. Complete pile of unfinished nonsense.
The
Don't know why people use
rollback netcode feature has been in purgatory for the better part of 2 years now, but
Yeah.
at least that's just one netcode issue. It's not the pile upon pile upon pile of issues that you just described.
And then
Yeah.
on top of that, I mean, at least we have only one not so documented, but also kind of documented, but also kind of like a bunch of gotchas and a bit of a firestorm there, versus something that's well established, well documented, works perfectly.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the news about the rollback, though?
I don't think the rollback was ever in a position where you would build a company on top of it, is the way I would describe that.
I'm not actually sure what's happening to it right now. Last I heard, they were trying to like rethink it from scratch, but I haven't heard anything about it in a while, other than that it has not yet been abandoned.
Yeah, so I've seen 2 comments, one from Russell a couple of months back, and then the other one in the Q&A thread that there is a team at Opera that works on it right now.
That's separate from Yo-Yo Games?
I'm not sure about that. It did say
I
Opera.
guess, yeah. I guess it would make sense
Yeah,
if it
yeah,
was a little bit
apparently,
separate, because it sounds
Rodrigo,
like,
it
at
is
least
still
at first,
happening,
it's going
yeah.
to run off of Opera's servers, because that's like, they're an internet company, that's what they do.
I hate to go off topic, but I have seen like it more on more than one occasion, like especially in the bugs repo. I have seen like some actual Opera representatives actually comment
Oh yeah,
on
okay.
certain tickets. Like
That
I
would
think
be an
there's-
indication that something is happening.
No, but it's like it's usually like I can't say that for everything. I've mainly seen it for like buffer copy stride, which is like it's a simple function. it can copy a certain amount of data, skip over data, copy more data. Kind of a basic summary of it. I know someone's going to probably give a more technical answer, but
I think that's good enough. Yeah. Take
Yeah.
a piece, skip a piece, copy the piece. That's good.
yeah, that's all it does.
Well, I just
a-
hope that comment wasn't coming from a person working on the GX Twitter team. As long as that's the case, that's good.
Do you
All
guys
right.
release any games on Opera GX? Just whilst we're on this tangent.
Oh,
I mean,
I've tried.
Interesting.
I have to say, it's got more traffic than I thought it would with me doing exactly zero promotion of it.
Interesting.
I've heard a lot of things from other people within the GameMaker space who actually have published games on GX Games. One of them in particular, I have known for a fact they actually got a publisher through GX Games.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. But as for me, I have considered I might port over the little live wallpaper jam outbreak that I did, like for the competition, over to GX Games or mobile. I don't know, something a little bit of fun.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never really looked into it. I've just been busy doing other stuff, really. It's not a lack of interest.
Every time I have tried to work with UpperGX as an export target, I run into the issue of there not being a clear and straightforward way of having your UI scale without making it stretch in annoying, stupid ways. You know how like on desktop you can call, what is it, display GUI maximize or whatever, and it'll just be 1-to-1 with the pixel density of your screen. That doesn't happen on OperaGX, and as far as I can tell, there is no way of getting the actual like container size that it's running on to do it yourself, unless you want to just like guess what the container size is on Opera's website, which sounds like a recipe for disaster. And
Well, Michael, maybe the new GUI tools might be of assistance.
oh, that sounds like a good place to go from here.
Yeah.
Tax is already in the beta. Beta? Come on.
But yeah,
and
if there was an easier way to do that, I would so quickly use OperaGX as a place to like post demos of other stuff that I've worked on.
I will say, I
Interesting.
feel like it also depends if you're testing locally or if you're testing it like on the actual website, because I think it does differ there too.
I think
If I
it does,
recall.
yeah.
Oh, what? So it's
At
got different
least-
behavior depending on how you're testing it.
Yeah, because like it's just kind of like how they have it set up locally versus online. I think online's a bit better to test some finite niche things. Don't take my word for it though.
It also
I
could
haven't
have,
not looked at it in a while.
it could have been patched up since the last time I looked at it, but I do try to poke at OperaGX as an export target every few months and see if I can get the UI to scale nicely on different screen sizes, and it so far has not.
It'd be nice if there was an example that Yo-Yo Games provided that would guide us in the right direction.
I mean, they even did it
The
for the live
documentation on
wallpaper.
things like the browser width and the window width variables and whatnot, like what the manual says it should do in OperaGX and what it actually does are not correct.
Oh,
So
oh dear.
that's great. Like I've gone and pixel counted, and it's like that this value is off by like 153 pixels for no discernible reason.
Okay. Something I've
Okay,
never had to
no.
deal with, fortunately.
But yeah, I'd love it if OperaGX worked because the runner is pretty similar to desktop. It's not as buggy as HTML is, but it's just I don't want everything to look like pixel mush.
Yeah, there's generally a difficulty in GameMaker sort of dealing with all the scaling factors between the room, the view, the camera, the GUI, and then the window, or in this case, browser frame. It's just difficult to get your head around it, I think. Man, it'd be really useful if there was like a visual representation of that, a visual explanation.
It would be nice if they had like a demo project for OperaGX that had like arrows on the screen saying this value is this and this value is that, and
I wanted
Yeah.
to say, and I feel like this is like the funniest thing because the live wallpapers, they do actually have an example on like screen resolution. like an actual background they can use that perfectly shows like different scaling, and it'll like scale based on how you display it. But like, it's weird. It's not like a direct like, oh, here's a 4K image that gets like scaled down. It's more like, here's this 4K image with each like aspect ratio indicator, and depending on your like current resolution, it will only show that indicator.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, example projects go a long way, and having a sort of these sandboxy test environments to play around in really helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's something that I found, honestly, doing console ports. You don't really think about it all that much, but in console ports, you do actually need to worry about screen sizes a little bit, because you have a thing called overscan, where the actual physical visible area of the screen is slightly different to the image that you're outputting. Very common on CRT monitors.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
it's
that's
always
still
a
a thing
headache.
because I thought that was mostly a problem on CRT.
So
Yeah, it was in PS4. PS4 demanded it, but I'm not sure they still do anymore.
I have still seen like some kind of like overscan issues even on like modern TVs at times. But I'd say that like it's situational, really. Not many TVs have a problem like that. I've seen. Not many hardware devices either.
Something that people are saying in both chats actually is that scaling on Opera GX is broken. Yeah, it at least
Right.
behaves.
I'm glad
in a
that,
way that people
I'm
don't
not
anticipate.
going insane, but I'm also sad that everyone else is having this problem because it's really annoying.
Oh no, you
Yeah,
already went
it's-
insane long ago.
Yeah.
Touching all that 3D stuff. Look what it's done to you.
Yeah.
Made you yellow.
So
Something
GUI
something half
tools.
Chinese.
Yeah. In GUI land, let's just pretend Opera GX was working. What do you think of the new GUI tools, Michael? Do you think they would
Um,
do the job?
In general, with or without trying to run games on Opera GX, I would imagine that a lot of people would have use for the new GUI tools, but at least from where I'm sitting, I have like the code that I wrote for UI stuff in my games I actually like and I think works, and I don't really know if I want to rip it all out and replace it with something else now. It sounds
There
like
is-
it sounds like you're kind of going in the direction of flex panels, right? Where you could resize the container and things will automatically shift around as you tell them to.
Yeah.
So that scaling becomes maybe not, I don't know if it would entirely go away as an issue, but it would become less of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, with flex panels, you do still need to do some alternate layouts because what works on a landscape screen is not going to work on a portrait screen. That just is never going to
Yeah,
work.
really big changes like that, you would still have to do some work. But like if you have like a 1366p laptop screen, 1366 by 768 laptop screen versus like a 2K desktop screen, you could just squish it and elements will either scroll if you want them to scroll, or they will stack next to each other if you want them to stack next to each other without having to write a lot of complicated alignment code yourself.
Yeah, and just even small things like 16 by 9 or 16 by 10 or a 3 by 2 or a 21 by 9 and whatever. Different aspect ratios as well is where flex panels become really helpful because they're close enough that you can basically use the same layout and it's going to be fine. But they're far enough apart that you can't just hard code this stuff. Something that over at Brox Corp, what we've been doing for Skies of Chaos and for our upcoming game is we assume the shortest axis of the screen is some height. Call it 1,000 pixels or 100 pixels. What? It doesn't really matter. And then we scale the longest axis accordingly. So if you're playing in landscape, it's the height that is kind of your fixed quantity. And if you're playing a portrait, it's the width that's the fixed quantity, because those are the two shortest distances.
That sounds reasonable.
And yeah, and
this
it
is all
ends
for
up
mobile
actually being.
stuff, right? Or is it mobile and desktop?
So this is for mobile.
Just like a general solution.
Yeah. So this is for mobile, and then we position based on that assumption. So yeah, we're not DPI aware technically, but it's close enough, and it allows us to do some level of reactivity without having to get into the nuts and bolts of flexboxes. And because we're not working in pixel art, we're working for the UI at least. The actual gameplay is pixel art, but the UI is all high-res graphics. So when it actually ends up scaling stuff, it usually looks fine. You know, there's very little work that we need to do, especially with the new SDF fonts. So, you know, I'm looking forward to flexboxes, and I think it's going to make a lot of things a bit easier. But for some sorts of games and some sorts of UIs, I actually don't think people are going to use the flexbox feature all that much. I think they're probably going to be more interested in just GUI layers, just as a way of organizing user interface.
I do
That
wonder what's
seems
going to happen
interesting.
for people making UI heavy stuff like simulation games. I wonder, that might be like the ultimate test for this, right? Is if the Yo-Yo Games GameMaker system for UI is robust enough to handle something that's almost entirely UI.
I mean, yes, maybe. Who knows? These are all questions, right? I don't know. Yo-Yo Games, it feels like they haven't said tons about the GUI system to me.
They've
No, are we
said
just gonna get,
stuff like technically how it works is like it's going to have a dedicated UI layer in the room editor, which will be shared between rooms, which people have been asking for since the beginning of GMS2. It's going to, like, you'll be able to have checkboxes for settings menus or whatever distributed as prefabs or stuff. I don't think they've talked about, like, specifically what the tools for editing it are going to look like.
And are they just going to be a library of widgets, or are we going to have to build the actual object behavior ourselves? Or is there going to be like some templating involved with, you know, checkboxes and buttons and sliders?
From what I've seen on like the actual update video itself, they do have like some pre-placed like elements, so assuming some kind of object like is based there. I mean, I can say at least confidently, it's better than the time sequences were suggested for UI. It's a lot more like dynamic and scalable.
Sequences
remember
are
when we
just
all
one
tried
of
to
those
use
things
sequences
that,
for
like,
UI?
if they worked properly, they probably could have gotten you pretty far as UI goes, but since they're another one of the items that got like 60% finished and then not gotten any more attention after that, they kind of weren't useful the way we wanted them to be.
I have
Yeah.
always like had the exact same statement on it. I don't think it's worthwhile going back to the exact same statement. But you know, I'm the professional of derailing topics, anyways. I have also noted and kind of like understood in the circumstances, we couldn't really get sequences improved because at least when they were introduced, it was during the era in which where we didn't really have a great communication channel.
That
You had-
is true, but also
You
like
had-
after Opera bought Yo-Yo Games and they started being allowed to actually like talk to us, they still didn't really do anything to sequences. When
Yeah.
like if you go on the feature request board, there's a ton of requests related to things that would make sequences more user friendly, and nothing's happened there. Yeah,
Feels like a lot of momentum has been lost. on sequences.
it could just be a matter of like everyone who's working on it has now been shifted over to other things, and they can't stop because that's how software development goes. But it's still like, I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, I've been
Sam said
scratching
in
my
chat
head.
that the people working on sequences left the GM team, which would make it even worse.
you know, I feel
yeah.
like that's a similar topic jump, like way ahead.
Well, I think in this case, this is actually really relevant. Yo-Yo Games have said a number of times that, you know, sequences are sort of the editor inspector model that we're going to use going forwards. That we're going to use some of the interface knowledge and paradigm from sequences and using that to influence other parts of the IDE, which is sequences are not especially popular as a feature, and it must mean that they see something in that interface design that's really beneficial. That I mean, I at least am not sure what that is. I'm not an interface designer. But it's interesting that they're focusing on sequences of like, oh, actually, some part of this is the future.
This could be a little bit like tinfoil hatty of me, but I could also see it have been the case where like they wanted to try making sequences because like this was the first time they were doing something like that, and they wanted to see like how it would go.
It's a bit of a big feature to take an experiment on, though.
I mean, you were talking about like the UI paradigm. It was also a kind of the first attempt for them to really make new UI in GameMaker. That was before they added like the particle editor, before they added like a lot of stuff to the room editor and inspectors and whatnot.
Yeah, that
So
was
I
before
could have
inspectors. Yeah, you're right.
seen it being like, all right, let's dust off our hands and see if we can actually make changes like this to GameMaker and have it work.
I actually have
Again,
something I wanted to
that's
say.
completely like coming out of nowhere. There's no like evidence I have for that whatsoever. It's just I could see it have playing out in that sort of way.
I'm reading mostly from your chat, Michael, but like someone did mention about this, and I was gonna add on top of that. The one thing I have seen time and time again with sequences is that they are essentially like, especially with sprites. Sprites are like a lighter version of sequences. It's still kind of under the hood the same system, but just more like basic.
I do remember
And-
that too, when they changed sprite timelines to be sequence timelines so that like broadcast events and that sort of thing would work, and which I do actually use, although not maybe in the way that GameMaker intended me to. I use messages on sprite frames as like metadata for a lot of things.
I mean, that's
clever.
that's probably a good use case, honestly.
Like for like if I have an animation for like casting a spell and I want the spell to actually be created on a certain frame, I'll just stick a broadcast message on the frame that says cast spell here, and then I'll scan for that.
I mean, that's like genius. Like think about like especially in a fighting game where you want like a hitbox to appear for a few frames. Like that's not a bad idea.
And then there's a couple places. I think something else I use them for is like during sprite animations, if I want like this sprite to be like offset by a certain amount on a certain frame, if it's like shaking up or down or something like that, I'll just stick a little offset comment on a frame.
The there's kind of a funny comment that someone left, about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, where they said, I hate broadcast messages in Godot, I think it was, or maybe it was Unity, probably Unity. I hate broadcast messages in Unity because it makes spaghetti code. And Michael's like, I'm going to embrace the spaghetti code and make it do what I want it to do. And I think that's very interesting. That there's a very different mentality on display here, where, you know, Michael, you're sort of embracing an indirectness, whereas this person particularly, I can't remember who it was, I apologize, but this person was really wanted a more definite link. I personally am of the opinion that more definite links is better, but I think it's a matter of taste. I think it's an interesting difference in approach.
I could probably use broadcast messages the way that they're intended to be used for exactly what I just said, but in a cleaner way, if like the interface for dealing with those in GameMaker wasn't such an annoying pain. Like it's one of those like custom events, right, that you have to set up to listen for the messages or whatever.
Yeah, and that's only part of the problem. I'd say the biggest issue with broadcast messages is that you cannot, by default, trigger the event for only a specific instance.
Oh yeah, that's right, because it's global, isn't it? See,
And
that's
when
what
I
I
found
mean.
that,
It's
I
like
was like,
these things were like
what?
60% finished, and then they didn't get 100% finished. So there's so many just loose, odd hanging bits like that make it hard to use.
Yeah, people manage to walk around that somehow, but it's just hacky as hell.
I just want to say, you guys brought it up, but I think the fact that broadcast messages are global and not instanced is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen.
Yes.
Just in my life. I hate them. I hate that design. It's such a bad choice. It instantly means that you can't use them for anything.
The fact that you brought it up kind of reminded me of when I first heard it, I was like, are we talking about PubSub or are we talking about triggers or signals? That thing that was on the roadmap before the roadmap moved to GitHub,
Yeah.
which is another thing that we kind of lost somewhere.
Yeah, I remember, having a look at sequences, I think in a beta somewhere, or maybe I think it was an early public beta, and I was like, oh, cool, okay. Broadcast messages. That surely be per instance, right?
All right.
Right? Nope. I didn't
Sam
even think to
said in the
mention it.
chat that you can check for the instance which emitted it and do a hacky like if this sprite called it then do this, which to me just instantly brought to mind
That is
like
the thing I mentioned. Yeah.
like if you called everyone in the school together into the cafeteria and told them to all shout at the same time like which toilets were clogged and which windows needed to be fixed at the same time, which is approximately the level of pandemonium which would be involved if you tried to use broadcast messages the way that they were intended.
That is one of the most incredible
So
ideas
this
that you put into
is-
my head. That's
this
just a
is-
beautiful image.
This is screaming
this-
about GameMaker, Juju. We gotta embrace the screaming.
So, I've got to point out something which most people wouldn't actually think of. So, because broadcast messages are global, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you know that it does actually have an element ID attached to it, and that can include an instance?
Can it?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, it can.
Awesome. So I have to use the async system to deal with this.
Okay.
Okay. Fabulous.
So-
Okay.
So like seriously, like, okay, I know I've seen a comment as well about like this, but it's like, I think especially if you're more of a designer, and there are people who come to GameMaker as purely as more of a designer than a programmer, it is a lot nicer to have an interface that you can just directly make a point, and like especially with Sprite, because you can also stretch frames as well. So you could set a broadcast message between those points at any point in the sprite editor, and then just reflect it in code easily. You wouldn't have to like think exactly what frame that happens.
So here's the thing. I'm glad that there is a solution. I'm glad that I'm glad that I'm basically wrong. That is good. I'm wrong about a thing that I was upset about. That makes me happy. However, why does the async event not get received only by that instance that created it?
That is the problem exactly. Yeah. Even though you
The
have an
problem
option
with
to go
workarounds is
around
always
it.
like it could have been done right the first time, and you wouldn't need the workaround.
Like, I get how you might want A and you might want B in different situations. I do understand that. But also, the global things that you're going to want to do off the back of, a sprite animation is way smaller than the local things you want to do with a sprite animation. And sequences are local to an object anyway. So, like, this is madness to me. And also, the async system sucks. But that's, that's legacy stuff, right? We get why. I think it kind of makes it worse. They got it, as you said, Michael, they got 60% of the way and went, fine.
I could kind of see some things they could do with broadcast messages that you probably don't want instance for, or at least multiple instances for. Like, I feel like an interesting dynamic because like, there's three main things you can get from it. You can either get a sequence, a sprite ID, an object. 99% of the time, you're probably just going to use an object to broadcast events, and that'll be like per object. And I totally agree. I think that's silly. Although, I could imagine someone putting down sprites like flower fields and having little particles you can spawn based on a frame from a broadcast message. You can't do that to a sprite, but you can tell a object to just go, okay, here's the X and Y coordinates of the sprite on this layer, spawn particles. But that is like the only thing I see beneficial for that. You can interact with sprites.
Over on Tabular Elf's Twitch chat, Atlas Star, friend of the channel, Atlas Star, says, also, just make a sequence object that binds a moment that is a method of the instance if you don't want to deal with broadcasts. Sequences were marketed as a designer-friendly tool. Just want to bear that in mind as we analyze that statement.
Another thing that I do remember back when they were introduced was like they were kind of, at least by some people, like pushed as a successor to Adobe Flash, which was at the time in the process of being murdered by Adobe. So there may have been
Yeah.
some motivation to try and take over, like, people who were leaving Flash, who wanted to make animations like that, who needed somewhere else to go. But
Okay.
it never really got to a point where it was usable for that sort of thing.
So, tangent, anecdote. Every now and again, I have been asked to give, much less often than I'm sort of making it sound. Every now and again, I am asked to give talks at universities on game development and game programming. One university who will not be named, in the year of our Lord 2019, asked me to come give a talk, and I gave a talk on how thinking outside the box is important and embracing your different life experiences. And even though you're not a game developer, it doesn't mean you can't develop games. You know, fairly standard stuff. And I asked the group of people, and this was university, these were master's students, we're talking 20, 22, 23, 24, 25. You know, what programming language had they learned on their master's course? You know, what have they been using? And I expected JavaScript, C#, you know, maybe some people were like, lol, I use Godot script or I use GameMaker. And they were all like, no, we learned ActionScript 3. That's right, AS3,
Really?
the language that is used in Adobe Flash, or Adobe Animator, I think it's called now, isn't it?
Did
No.
you say
You know, the
these
thing
were
that got
master's
killed.
students for like a animation or for computer science?
Oh no, these were game development
Game
students.
developers, okay.
Developing games in ActionScript 3. Now, ActionScript 3 is very good. Flash was an amazing game creation tool. You can, well, up until recently, you could go play a bunch of great games in Flash. But as an appropriate language to be teaching people in 2019, I don't think that was a good idea.
I
That
don't know
people
what
are
to
still,
say, honestly.
yeah, that people are still willing to teach AS3 in 2019 implies that I don't think GameMaker is going to steal away the Flash user base, because I think the Flash user base are just stuck using AS3 and Flash.
You can still make Flash games work. You just have to do more to build your game than export to Swift. I don't really know much about it, but I know that there are a strong contingent of die-hard Flash users out there.
Sorry, you just said Swift? Is that how you say SWF out loud? Because I had never heard someone say that before, and it's amazing.
That's how I've heard it called anyway.
Newsflash, though. Newsflash. I'd like to recognize the $45.03 Dragon I made on his stream.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's been happening. I didn't want to interrupt, but yeah, thanks, guys.
It's pretty
Oh,
cool.
we just got another one.
Are we,
Look, it's fine. It's fine. I got I think 10 subs since I started.
are we splitting this
My-
four
my-
ways afterwards, like the passing around the hat?
My
Well, I
invoice
mean-
is in my invoice is in your inbox already.
All right, cool. I'll be
You'll
sure to
spend
file
more
that
on
on my
sending me
taxes.
money than the amount of money it's.
I wonder how much money we're using electricity to make this happen. Actually, you know what? I don't want to know. Don't answer that question. That's a horrible question to ask.
I know someone actually made a statement on about how much it costs us to stream an 8-hour video on Twitch, but that's going off tangent.
Sparkling Phoenix asked a very good question, a very intelligent adult question. Here it is. Did you ask why they're still teaching AS3? Is it because the language has some specific features that make it more accessible? Brilliant question. I did in fact ask that. And the answer was, and again, this is why I'm not going to name the university or the professors. Their answer was, well, all of our teaching materials are in AS3 and we can't be bothered to update them. This course costs
Unfortunately, I know that's
£9,000.
not exactly uncommon, although a lot of times when I've heard schools talk about that sort of thing, they've been a little bit less blunt about it.
I will admit that I caught them when they had a low blood sugar moment just before lunch, so I think they were being unduly honest. And also, they trusted me. Ha 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 ha, suckers.
I know that
so-
my school was using, I forget, it was something ancient history, like Torque 3D or something like that in one of their classes until 2016, and I asked the teacher why it took them so long to stop using it, and he said because education moves at the speed of Congress, and you'd have to create a new curriculum and get it approved and find some teacher who knows what they're doing with it, and on and on and on and on and on. And whenever they want to make a change, it always takes 3 years to get reflected and to what the actual students see.
Yeah, like I do want to put a little asterisk on this. My mum was a teacher, my sister's a teacher. I've done quite a lot of teaching in my time, and the reason why I give talks at universities is because like education is important. These guys really were being dicks about this. So Circadian rightly points out it's expensive to update software. Requisitioning software licenses is really difficult. These guys are, professors in a privately run university in the United Kingdom charging £9,000 per year for this course. There were 25 people on that course. That is going to pay for their paycheck and also some software licenses. There are a number of free options out there, Godot, Unity, Unreal, that they could have been teaching instead. GameMaker has, at that point, it hadn't done it yet, but it was a cheap education license that you could get out of GameMaker. And the guy running the course was the guy who ran the entire department, and in fact was a provost or a vice principal or something. Like, he was a powerful guy in the university. If that guy wanted to put the work in to change the course, he really could have done, but they just couldn't be bothered. Or they thought something else was more important, which is probably more likely the case. Like, this isn't a public school. This is a for-profit university. Those are two different things. It made me so mad. I've never helped them out ever again. I refuse to talk to this guy.
Yeah, that's a little bit worse than my school, who was just a little publicly funded community college.
Yeah,
Didn't
I
have that kind of
really
money to
feel
swing
for that.
around.
Yeah, it sucks being in public education. Be nice to teachers. Teachers are awesome. Nurses are awesome.
I want to say something else on topic of all this, but someone's also mentioned as well, which is actually kind of interesting because I did grow up in a rural area at one point, and all the schools had was Windows XP.
Oh, man.
But
Having said that, nuclear submarines still use Windows XP, so...
I mean,
there is
a
that.
lot of things. Banks use Windows XP, etc.
Yeah,
But like, this
ATMs,
is a school.
yeah.
The other schools I knew in the area used Windows 7. It was just this one school that used Windows XP that I happened to go to. And was it vulnerable? Yes, I could access the C drive. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
But that's besides the point. Here's the thing where I feel like I'm kind of fortunate about in terms of education, because in 2015, I want to keep this in mind for everyone who wasn't aware. GameMaker Studio 1 was currently already out at that time. I got given GameMaker 8 in my games development class.
Nice.
For 2 years. That was fun.
Yeah.
Something I also know about schools that use like game dev stuff for teaching is that there's a lot of them that still use GameMaker 8 because it's easy to crack.
Yeah.
Well,
which is just funny to me.
At least for like my school's reason, they actually had a license. But I didn't really ask like the whole circumstance, because it's like I knew the school was incredibly under budget. Like, it was so bad. We had a Japanese class. There's a hat in there because that was when I first went to the high school, and then the Japanese class just stopped existing the next year. It was gone.
Oof.
So they saw you coming and they took away the class. Got it.
Yeah. Well, here's the point. That games development class, for the first year I was in, it was great. The person who was teaching it was also the IT at the time, and they left the school the next year.
Yeah.
Guess what happened in that games development class the year after?
Well, obviously it doesn't exist anymore, right? Obviously.
Gone.
I installed GameMaker 4 on the school's shared drive. Don't know how I managed that, but I think some command prompt was probably involved. And that is how I spent most of my physics classes in school, was pissing around on GameMaker. I remember
I seem to remember that the computers in my high school weren't all that locked down until the one time when I was like 15, when I decided to set my desktop wallpaper to the blue screen of death and gave a teacher a heart attack. And then when we came to school shortly after, all the student accounts were pretty locked down and you couldn't really do much.
Yeah, especially when it comes to child safety, like you kind of want to not let people do what I did.
I love talking about computers. I love talking about older versions of GameMaker. we have once again derailed so far off.
It's so far off the.
I don't
like,
even know
I
how
noticed
many
about 10
tangents,
minutes ago.
like secondary, tertiary tangents we've gone on now. So we've been at this for 2 hours. Do you want to hit the new runtime and, in particular, JavaScript support? Because I imagine that's the part that most people were most interested in beforehand.
Oh, we
yeah.
should have put that at the top. If
Oh,
that's
probably.
what we've
I
done.
just
This
wrote
so
these
wrong.
down in the
Anyway.
order that I saw them.
Oh dear. Right, yeah, JavaScript. Woo, JavaScript. Let's do it, boys. Let's go.
Interesting.
Who wants to have a stab at describing what this is going to be about?
You're not on you.
All right, I guess. All right, what do I usually say? So, JavaScript is going to be coming to GameMaker. Yay! Big news. Everyone's excited. There's a the way this is going to work for those who don't know is that the new runtime, which is up and coming and currently in closed beta and may or may not be in open beta soon, we aren't really sure about that, is that it's going to, instead of building your game the classical way using either the GameMaker virtual machine or the GameMaker Yo-Yo compiler, it's going to use a little bit of magic called LLVM, which is a bit of fancy compiler technology which you can write like a definition for any programming language under the sun, and it will just do its best to spit out native machine code for it. Which means that in theory, not only could GameMaker support GML and JavaScript, but also any other language that you want that you happen to have like language definitions for, which I believe would be on Yo-Yo Games to support and not just for anyone in the community to implement. But there's been talk of also after JavaScript, GameMaker will also allow for C# through much the same way, although it sounded like support for JavaScript is going to be prioritized and it'll be what is known in the nerd circles as a first-class language. And then, of course, people have suggested all kinds of other languages that they would like to see used with GameMaker, like Rust or C or what are the other fancy ones out there? Go. I don't even know what the new languages that people are excited about nowadays are, but that's about where we are right now.
People like D. D is coming back into fashion, guys. Get on the
I've
T
been seeing
train.
that. There is. I know you remember that like VTuber like Foss Library you've like talked to me about a while ago to look at. I've been following them along like in terms of like the updates, and I've been realizing they've been using D as well.
Oh, really?
Can't wait until talking about game development starts sounding like, I don't know, like a musical festival. Like, oh yeah, my game's written in C, my game's written in D, I'm using C#. I'm a functional programmer, I use F#.
I use D flat because I'm a hipster, and also I'm in a minor key. Mash Arcade suggests running ActionScript 3 in GameMaker. That is exactly the kind of thinking that gets you a professorial job in a university, my friend.
I mean, hey, then I make a great transition. Man, I want to just move all this AS3 stuff from Flash to something else, but I just can't. GameMaker, the solution. Perfect.
Yeah, GameMaker, the solution. I'm actually really looking forward to JavaScript in GameMaker for 2 reasons. Number one, GML is like trying to be JavaScript. Let's face it. Number 2, it's an opportunity for me to learn JavaScript properly and in a way that's actually entertaining and fun and engaging. Because I've bounced off of JavaScript many times, and this is like an excuse to go learn it properly, and that makes me excited. I like learning. Excuse me. Let me try that again. I like learning new things, and I don't know. That's exciting. A new toy to play with. I wonder how performant it will be. Probably quite good, right?
They did say it basically breaks down to the same thing, so I would expect so. It was also mentioned in the Q&A. The thing you mentioned with having an excuse to learn it, it's the same for me. I don't have to switch an engine now, which is great.
I mean, yeah, like, you know, if just remember, if this GameMaker doesn't support something and you want it to be supported, I'm sure you can just import some language that has it. Surely.
Yeah.
Or just, I don't know, use C++ or something, you know, just slap it straight in.
Pretty much most of the discussion and the like what changes should come to GML channel in the main Discord has basically boiled down to make GML more like JavaScript and people arguing about whether or not they want that to happen. And now
are you talking about the Are you talking about the GML3
Yeah.
channel? The channel I never go to. Yes,
It's
good.
You're
The
not
most
Oh.
focused one on the server, that's
Unfortunately.
for sure.
It's a lot of
Everybody just went, oh.
it's a lot of circular discussions that don't really end up ever being resolved, and it's kind of exhausting. But anyway, talking about more
Yeah, I'm sure
positive
we'll get
things.
constants. Or not constants, types.
I hope
There we go.
Yeah.
that supporting JavaScript in GameMaker will mean that like the people who want weird, complicated, bizarre like language feature support will be able to just use JavaScript, and the people who want something more similar will still be able to just use GML and not have to think about how there's like a bunch of different ways to iterate over something in JavaScript.
I want it. Damn.
Yeah.
Cats, I said, I am champion of the channel. Yes, Cat, I have no idea how you do it, because every time I go in there, I just get a headache.
I think Cat was born in darkness and is quite comfortable returning to that darkness. Goodness me.
Yeah.
A couple of people have asked us a couple of questions here. So it was Maud Fiddle and also B or Bay? B, I think.
I think it's B is like short
B.
for Beatrice, as in the
There
the
we
character
go.
from Night in the Woods.
So Maud Fiddle and B. Oh yeah, it is from Night in the Woods, isn't it? Yeah, of course. They asked about what might be possible with new runtime graphics API. I think that's a really interesting question. That is sort of a less obvious new component of the new runtime, is that we're going to get access to like a bunch more GPU stuff. And we've sort of seen a hint of this with the stencil buffers and a bit more depth buffer stuff we can do. But yeah, so there's some graphics tech that's actually now possible that wasn't possible before. That's really exciting.
This was actually the original motivation to do Screaming About GameMaker back in, 2022, when I asked Exor and Stephen Loney if they wanted to just jump in a call and like rant about compute shaders and whatnot.
Do you want to describe compute shaders for our lovely audience?
So, I have to say, I have not like done as much research on exactly what they do, how they work, and the sort of shenanigans you can get up to involving them as I would have liked to. But right now in GameMaker, if you want to like draw something on the screen, you have the vertex shader and the fragment shader, and the vertex shader runs on the corners of the sprite or on each vertex if you're doing something more complicated, and the fragment shader basically just runs on every pixel. And that's about it. You have some control over things like blending and now depth and stencil, and you can do some fun clipping things there. But you can't do a lot of modern rendering tricks with things like everyone's favorite would be GPU instancing, which is basically instead of having to issue a million draw commands from GameMaker to the GPU, you could just have the GPU spawn like grass objects or particles or other things on the fly. And I have to say, I'm sure that can be done that can be used to achieve a bunch of things in 2D, but I can't think of really anything off the top of my head. For 3D, it has a bunch of applications for, rendering a million blades of grass and all the other things that you like to do in 3D. GameMaker's 2D particle system is pretty robust, at least for most uses, so I don't know if anyone would want to make a 2D GPU particle system unless they're doing like a physics sim or something, but you could make a 3D particle system using compute shaders for which would be much more performant than trying to do it the long way in GML.
Oh yeah, doing particles on the CPU is like objectively wrong these days. Like 15 years ago.
I guess in that regard, GameMaker's built-in particle system is like fast enough, but if you really wanted to go mad with them, you would still want to have a GPU particle system.
Yeah, for simple stuff, the native particle system is actually pretty good.
Nick said, for 2D compute shaders could be useful for physics integrations and particles. I think actually, someone was talking about doing a physics system, a like GPU-based physics system.
It was probably Taro.
Probably.
Yeah.
That sounds like something Taro would do.
The way to think about compute shaders is that you can write a program that generates vertices. And that's just basically the way to think about it. And these vertices can contain other data as well. So you can attach normals, color, texture coordinates, really any other metadata that you would normally attach as a vertex attribute. So we're kind of getting a bit into the weeds here, and if you're not already familiar with some GPU ideas, this can be a bit overwhelming. But what GPU instancing is, to expand on Michael's point here, it's a way of drawing the same model many times by effectively copy pasting vertices in different locations. And you can also then rotate them and transform them and do other stuff as well. And this is super useful if you have large crowds of entities. So a large group of trees, or a crowd simulation for like a football game, or a crowd simulation for zombies, this kind of stuff, where each individual model is more than just a sprite. It's actually like a collection of triangles. And you want each model to be in different places and maybe subtly different, but you are basically just copy-pasting the same thing over and over again.
If you've ever wondered how large AAA games render as much grass as they do without, like, melting your PCIe bus into slag, that's how they do it. They would use compute shaders and GPU instancing.
Yeah. At the moment... Yeah, go on, Tab.
I was gonna say I have seen this before, but like now that I'm looking at it, it's not great. It's mostly negative. But someone made a trailer for a game a while ago on that note, and it did kind of spun me how powerful GPU instancing was, because they made a medieval like area, and you could see like hundreds of zombies at once in that crowd, because it's a medieval zombie apocalypse sort of game.
That's another thing I believe you could use them for more easily than you could do now, is use it to handle animations. Like right now you can do bone animations in the vertex shaders, but I believe compute shaders would make that easier.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
You still have to learn about double quaternions and shit like that, but yeah.
The math for doing the transformations is still the math, but I think it's more like performant because you don't have to do stuff like that on every vertex in the compute shader. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, and also you don't have to resubmit the model 20 times. You can just submit the model once and then send off slightly different bone transforms to different models. So yeah, it does make it way easier to manage the whole system. And also blending between bones as well. Sorry, blending between animations, doing parametric animation is way easier. Because of the extra features it offers you. Now, again, in 2D, this is not super important. But if you are actually doing a very large crowd simulation, or you're doing lots of particles, having a compute shader there to back you up is really handy. With an asterisk over all of this, like literally this entire part of the conversation, compute shaders generally aren't supported on mobile. So, you kind of have to... You have to be making a game that's aiming for a really high quality of production, and you're going to be focusing more powerful platforms, so PC console.
Kind of want to step a few topics back, but also kind of on top of this. I could imagine someone eventually making some sort of master library that kind of for skeletal animations. I could handle it on the high end or the low end, based on context.
Yeah, so man, we're kind of getting into the weeds here. Do we want to go on another tangent? We can go on this tangent. It's an interesting tangent, but it might be quite a long one.
I mean, okay, we have I think about 2 topics besides this.
Okay, fuck it, we're going on the tangent. Strap in. I
got my seatbelt.
Into it. So, animation, 3D animation. There is effectively 4 different ways of doing this. Number one, probably the one that's most commonly used these days, is bone-based animation, where you have weightings applied to different vertices, typically 4 weights for 4 bones per vertex, and no more than that. And you'll typically have a maximum number of bones per model as well, or per vertex buffer. And you manipulate the vertices by applying transforms to these bones. So a bone is not actually a sort of a thing that exists in space. A bone is actually just a mathematical transform. That's kind of complicated and requires lots of software and very talented team of people. For example, the person who did the rigging for Tabular Elf's little VTuber cat is a different person to the person who made the model. And this is like super normal. To have a person build a model and rig it in a AAA production would be unthinkable. Very rarely happens. Maybe they do it for testing, but almost never. All right, okay. The next thing you can do is literally just export a bunch of vertex buffers that represent different poses of an animation. You can think of this like a normal 2D sprite animation, where if you've got a running animation, you have discrete states that running animation can be in. You know, left foot on the ground, right foot moving forwards, and then left foot goes back a bit, the right foot goes forward a bit. Right? Same idea. You can just export a bunch of vertex buffers. This is how they did it many, many years ago, and it sucks because you either need to use tons of memory to do this, or you need to just accept a lower frame rate. Doesn't look good.
I've actually seen implementations as well where some people had to have around like a middle ground where they'll interpolate with like a shader.
Bingo, that is method number 3. Correct. Is where you can interpolate between different frames. This is given a lot of different names, but morph targets is the usual name that I've heard for it. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
I've also heard people calling that animation blending, although I believe in professional spaces that refers to something else, and animation blending is just what we call it because we don't know better words.
Yeah, so animation blending is usually applied to bone-based animation, where let's say you have a running animation and then you get shot from the left-hand side, you would blend these two animations together. So you wouldn't just like jerkily change from one pose to another pose. You interpolate between the two different poses. That's what that is. And finally, the fourth method is a way of doing morph targets, but it's doing morph targets in a more general way, which is where instead of interpolating between two different frames of animation, what you do is you embed the position of the vertices into a texture. And, you know, if you think about a floating point texture, each pixel on the texture is a position for a vertex, and every vertex gets, you know, a row in this texture or a column or whatever. And in order to animate your texture, in order to animate the model, you read different variables out of the texture. And this is called VTF, which is vertex texture fetching and vertex texture animation, VTA. This is something we literally cannot do in GameMaker right now. We don't have the capability to do that. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the new runtime will allow us to do that. And it means that you can do a whole bunch of 3D animation. Like a general case, you can just let your artist go absolutely wild. And all you need to do is limit the number of vertices and limit the number of frames of animation. And they can manipulate every vertex in every particular direction. Super useful tool.
I want to say something. And I will say, I have seen one case where it can technically work on the current runtime, but you're not going to like
HTML5, right? Yeah.
Doesn't it work?
Yeah, you're very powerful.
Doesn't it work in GLSL targets in general, but it just won't work in Windows or things that go through GLSL ES because the angle compiler is broken or something?
Yeah, correct. Yes, that is my understanding.
Yeah.
Which is extremely frustrating because it's like, I know I'm not the only one. Many people have asked for this for many years. And GameMaker have gone, that's not useful in 2D. And it's like, oh no, actually that would be super useful in 2D because you could do all of your particle effects through this.
I mean, yeah.
Need I say more? Like, yeah, and you could do like a whole snow shader if you had vertex texture fetching. And Scribble could let you do absolutely anything to any letter at any point if we had vertex texture fetching. It's like, well, maybe in the new runtime. Fingers crossed. Tangent over.
It sounds like the web GPU / WGPU backend that they're going to be using for the new runtime will just basically support most modern rendering things and won't have any of the weird, like, it's just GameMaker, man, roll with it features that the old current runtime does.
Well,
I think it's just GameMaker Man has led to some really interesting solutions, but my god, those solutions do not need to exist.
Well, the new runtime, at least, I know those solutions won't matter as much, because I know, at least from the web GPU side of things, since I know they have talked about like implementing that as a whole, that would theoretically mean that you have an opportunity to do more than what GameMaker gives us today, including things which you could, in a sense, kind of like either use for a game for like high end or lower end for a target.
Yeah. Well, this is why I bring up VTF and Vertex texture animation. It's because that is how you do a lot of 3D animation on mobile. It turns out that bone-based animation is, got 4 bone weights per vertex, and maybe high hundreds, low
It's a lot of
thousands.
multiplications per vertex.
Yeah, and mobile hardware is not that fast. But if you can bake down all of those animations into a texture, then it's just a question of texture memory. And vertex texture animation doesn't compress very well, but the textures tend to be quite small, and that is good enough. And so my darling fiance, who is a technical artist, every time someone says, we need a 3D animation, she goes, vertex texture animation, every time. And it works every time, even on really low-end hardware. It's a magical technique that we've never had access to. And that is so good, so useful. I hope it comes really soon, because I love this stuff.
I actually would love to see like a more like a Jing opinion like in the future. Genuinely.
Yeah. Every now and again I'm like, hey, you should learn to use GameMaker. And she's like, lol, get out of here. Every time.
It's just seen you too much deal with GameMaker.
One of us.
Yeah, I think that honestly might be part of it.
Honestly, when new Runtime comes out, that'd be the moment. That'd be the moment.
Probably after the compatibility has gone through.
Well,
So give it a year.
Speaking of compatibility, thank you for getting us back on track, Gleb. Compatibility layer for the new runtime.
How many of us are in the beta right now?
Well, at least all 4 of us are in the beta.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
So that's pretty good for us.
I think we are under NDA, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how much has been publicly said about what's in the beta currently. So I don't know how much I probably should not say at the moment, but it's...
Shall we just leave a pregnant pause?
It's moving.
Yeah. It's a really big job. It's a huge job. They're basically rewriting the whole engine. That's the biggest possible job, I think.
Yeah, this is... People occasionally ask, like, when is GameMaker Studio 3 or whatever coming out? For all intents and purposes, the new runtime is GMS 3. It's just not called that. Because we dropped the numbers, apparently, and we just go with GameMaker 2024 now.
How very Unity. Although Unity have gone back to numbers because they can't be bothered to put out regular releases.
It is convenient with the year though, because if someone wants to know, like, hey, does this version support some feature, I can just say, is that number lower than the year and month when it came out? And
yeah, I can't do that so much with GameMaker, can you? LTS being a lower number than the version it was based on is like, man, I want to know why that happened.
I'm still mildly annoyed that they didn't call LTS like the .99 release or whatever.
Yeah, I don't understand that decision. They never really explained it. Like, we've asked them a couple of times. They've just been like, well, technical reasons. Like, well, okay, sure, fine. Kat, who is one of the Yo-Yo Games staff. Thank you very much for sticking around so late in the evening, Kat. It is 8:30 here in the UK. Kat says, I can't wait for the new runtime open beta. It will be chaos. Yeah, it will. It doesn't matter. It'll be chaos, no matter what happens. Just the way it has to be, I think.
Just going to accept that on the first day I don't get anything done, and I'm just going to sit and watch the chat flow by with popcorn.
Yeah, good luck.
Without me?
Games.
I want some popcorn.
If you're awake.
Oh.
When am I not? I'm always awake.
What time is it now currently in Australia, Tabular?
Well, you see, we started at 3 a.m. It's been 2 hours. I think you could do some maths.
Yeah, okay, well.
It's
early in the morning.
a.m.
Fun little aside. I messed up the time with this stream. I thought we were going to do this 2 hours later than everyone else thought we were going to, so I already kept Tabular Elf up 2 hours longer than he needed to be. And then
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought this
his
was
very
going to
much-
be
We all
wrapped up
got
in
it
like an
wrong
hour
about
and a half, and
Juju.
it's currently going on 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Juju's the only one who got it right.
I'm just doing a thumbs up to the imaginary camera. Yeah. So some inside baseball. Dragon Knight accidentally added 2 hours onto the whole thing.
I saw on the schedule that we were trying to use to figure out when we were going to do this. The time for local time in Eastern United States was 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. and I somehow missed the first 2 digits and I saw 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So reading is hard.
That is basically the only times that you could have mixed up in such a way that would have been
It's
the same.
You know what? It's okay. We can go back to hammer time. It worked.
Yeah. There we go.
I can't believe I still
Oh,
have
so-
friends after doing stuff like this.
Well, you've got other redeeming features.
Well, happily, we all have the
Like that hat.
Good.
Something else that comes to mind when we're talking about the new runtime is the way it might fit into the new code editor. Is that the new runtime is being written with a bit of language agnosticism, but so is the code editor.
Yeah.
The code editor apparently is using language server protocol, the LSP.
Yeah.
Which means we can edit in principle edit JSON and CSV. Okay, maybe not CSV, but JSON and XML.
That'll be
went
one of the
live-
IDE plugins is that someone just writes a whole ass spreadsheet editor.
That'll be me. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. Spoilers.
You know what's
That's
funny
cool.
about that? Usually, before the news about IDE plugins, someone says, "Oh, can I do this in GameMaker?" And the answer would be, "No, definitely not. No way." And now we just say,
Interesting.
"Sure, yeah,
Now the
IDE
answer is, how
plugins
much
coming
time
out?
do you have?
yeah." Always.
GameMaker's free.
So okay, I knew a
I
couple of formats
legitimately
were
might
supported.
use GameMaker as just my regular Markdown editor now because it's actually nicer than the one I'm using now.
I'd imagine. I just noticed in your chat, Michael, that CSV is apparently supported.
There we go.
With
Yeah,
like
too.
syntax highlighting and
Within
stuff.
code.
Or I guess not syntax highlighting, but
I need to check this. I need to check this.
So not only is CSV supported, XML, YAML. I love YAML. Horrible
Me too,
writing
dude.
passes for
YAML is
YAML.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the loveliest thing to write, the worst thing to read. And JSON will be supported, obviously. Also, my ini files, INI files, are also going to be supported. Zach, if I slip you like a $50 bill, can you remove ini support? I hate ini so much. Please. Okay, cool.
I fix objectively a lot of people just do not like him, so you're not the only one.
Yeah.
It's
Grumble.
very 1994. We've invented
God, you
better
actually remember-
We've invented better data serialization formats since then.
Zach says that the reason why they're supporting ini is because ini is still supported in GML. Zach, you know what I'm going to say to that, so I'll save the time. I remember an old game, the name of which I've long since forgotten. That was a shareware game that I got, and all the levels were laid out in ASCII characters in an ini file, and that was how they defined all the levels. And I remember editing all the levels so that I could complete all of them. And I managed to break the shareware protection, so I just played the full game by breaking, working around a limitation in one of the levels, which stopped me from playing the entire game. And that was my first experience of hacking. True story.
Back
And it started with the ini files.
Back in the very beginning when I started messing around with GameMaker 8 in 2011, ini was the only file format I understood, so I tried storing every game save file as ini, and because I didn't know what I was doing, they became very big very quickly, and I think that was how I learned that the Windows XP ini library or whatever would break after a certain file size.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Oh god.
It's if your file was
okay.
bigger than 64 kilobytes, it would just fail to parse it
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, it was I thought 2 to the 32 minus 1, isn't it?
2 to the 16.
2 to the 16, that was it, yeah. Also, apparently there was an earthquake in Armenia Gleb currently lives in Armenia. Are you
Yeah,
okay?
not here. Haven't felt it. Nope. All
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Also, Armenia's not that big of a country,
Pretty
so
small,
that's
yeah.
kind of yeah,
3 hours
maybe half as
across. Yeah.
yeah. Huh, all right. I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we want to discuss, or is it time to let Tabular get to
Um,
sleep, or just not because it's
Sleep?
almost daytime?
I don't need sleep. I need answers. Also, I have like things to kind of do like for the next hour and a bit, so it's fine.
Well, we kind of missed the everyone's favorite topic.
Which was
Well,
AI assistant.
yeah. Wow.
can we circle back to that in just a second?
Sure.
I will
Yes.
say, as I was going to say earlier about the whole the be able to read like JSON and INI and whatnot. I have already started messing around with like deep in like the where all the language files are, and you can easily make your own like syntax like LSP basically. You can already kind of do that.
That's
Like-
interesting.
Like especially for like because like I'm making a game that's entirely moddable. I am going to self promote CatSpeak because I love CatSpeak. It's not really self promoted.
Applause for CatSpeak. We love CatSpeak.
CatSpeak, great. It's fantastic. Thank you, Cat. Thank you, truly. Thank you. But no, I've been using it to just add my own language as support. So I can just open up data files. I can just open it in the editor and just edit it straight.
So that's so cool. It's really cool.
It is cool.
Yeah.
The best.
I'm super into it.
Yeah.
I think that something I said earlier was that IDEs are just kind of a dressing up of data, and I think this is a really good example. It's something that a lot of people have been pushing for a long time is like a native JSON editor in GameMaker, and it feels like this is a very positive step in that direction. I
Yeah.
just think that's great.
For me, I have like 4 different IDs I use for GameMaker as a whole. I have GameMaker, of course, and then I have GMEdit for just things when I just don't want to use GameMaker to its fullest, like on my laptop, which is like, especially on Windows, it just does not really like GameMaker that much. And then I have, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't like anything, but. And then I have like VS Code, which I use for mainly documentation and Discord bots and such. And then I have Notepad++, which is I've been basically making any kind of script for like CatSpeak just in Notepad++. It's like I just find it more convenient.
Yeah, I did quite a lot of CatSpeak stuff about 6 months ago, 7 months ago, and not having syntax highlighting was kind of painful. And I think having sort of that syntax highlighting stuff in there is like kind of crucial to understanding it. I think it makes me reflect on earlier versions of GameMaker where we had no syntax highlighting, and I'm like, how did I ever write code?
CatSpeak sweet.
You remember when
Yeah,
local variables weren't highlighted?
Yeah. Wow. How did I ever cope with this? Like that was like GMS1, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that was that long ago.
Yeah, like man. Wild times. Shall we move on to talking about AI assistants?
All right, okay. I'm going to make one opinion, and I'm just going to make this as my whole comment. No, that is all.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm not sure how much we can talk about, really. We haven't really seen any details about it.
Well,
Exactly.
If I might explain a bit of an inside joke here, I put AI assistant in the Google Doc under the heading of stuff that wasn't talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of feel like, what was it, like last year they announced the AI assistant thing, and then like 5 minutes later the AI bubble broke and everyone lost interest, and then I'm sure that was the first thing on the cutting room floor when it came to things that Yo-Yo Games actually wanted to do.
A little bit of insider knowledge here. Maybe this is inappropriate to say, but I'll bear the brunt of this. Talking to some people inside of GameMaker, like individuals, speaking off the record, they were like, "We fucking hate AI. We are not interested. It's a bubble. The same thing as crypto and NFT is a bubble." And I don't know whether they're going to be right or wrong about that. I don't know if we'll see the AI assistant thing come back, given the push that Microsoft and Google are making, and no doubt Apple will as well at WWDC, which is coming up reasonably soon. So I don't know if you're going to see the AI assistant come back, despite potentially the protestations of specific individuals within Yo.
I'm kind of like curious in the whole AI situation. Sorry, like derail that, because like even though the AI assistant is like the main thing we'll be focusing on, I have noticed within like just viewing channels and such, there is something that is AI based already for GameMaker, but it's not to the same extent.
Uh-huh.
I've seen an extension for translations.
Yeah.
Like localization translations.
Yeah, I think I've seen the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, but it's weird because it's only for mobile.
Yeah, well, that's because it's using like an off-the-shelf API, probably. An SDK that they're just plugging into the side of it. That's probably what that is.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
it's peculiar.
Yeah, I mean, look at... oh man, this makes me sound like I'm being really critical. Prefixing this, I know why this happened. I understand that schedules and different priorities exist. Time is not free. But also, you can absolutely create a REST API for Firebase and use Firebase on like every platform. And GameMaker's native Firebase extension doesn't do that. Yeah, writing extensions that are cross-platform and use all the features and stuff is kind of hard work. So I can see why it'd be mobile only. But also, kind of disappointing it's mobile only. It feels like, you know, are you going to do a text-heavy game on mobile? That doesn't seem like a good idea.
I am going to say something.
Yes.
In terms of AI in general, I feel like, in a sense, I can see the value of like being somewhat of a useful tool, like the AI assistant. But I think I'm mainly against like most cases of AI, because when you think about AI, especially being in that bubble, it's like people just use it for like their own quote unquote benefits by stealing literally everything else.
Yeah. I mean, there's a moral component to this for sure.
Yeah.
You know, something the Circadian, and I keep mentioning Circadian's name. This is not deliberate. They just keep making good points. I'm not sure machine translation has space in professional game development. People should be paid for proper localization. Yeah, completely agree with that.
Yeah.
So a little window into some of the professional work I've been doing recently. The localization team I'm working with at the minute is, as far as I'm aware, made of humans. And something interesting that they suggest is to do an auto translation of your entire game, play through the game with the auto translation, and pick out any places where it's clearly wrong. And then they come through, they delete the auto translation, they do it all manually. And then you do another round of testing. And the reason why you want to do that is because it will highlight problems in your workflow. It will highlight problems in your rendering. It'll highlight problems in your text layout. And it will actually practice the process of updating localization.
Using it to like find places where different language strings like fall off the UI and stuff is actually interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that one.
Yeah, and so actually the auto translation is actually super useful for that. Again, however, the translations don't need to be accurate. They don't need to be AI driven. You can actually do a bulk auto translate in Google Sheets today using the Google Translate function. And if you're using a CSV, you can just auto translate all of those strings. It takes all of about 10 minutes to set that up and do it. And something else to think about here is that Google Translate exists, and Google Translate has been trained on publicly available text out there on the World Wide Web already. And kind of even more than that, it's trained on books. I don't know if you remember captures back along, but a lot of captures were, here's some blurry text, what does the blurry text say? Well, that was you training Google Books and also Google Translate.
No.
Like, the moral dilemma of, hey, Google's scraping the web for information, we should maybe pay the people who own this information. That problem has actually already happened. I'm not saying it's okay. I want to be clear. But, like, this has actually been creeping up on us for, like, what, 15 years? Perhaps even longer. 20 years. And now we're taking a principled stand on it because AI is becoming something that's absorbing a lot of money. Even if the AI isn't very good. I just think that's kind of in a weird place historically. I don't know if you guys saw, but one of the creative directors at, I think it was Naughty Dog, had an interview pulled. So Sony, who owned Naughty Dog, they demanded that interview with this guy was pulled because he suggested that AI should have a bigger role in game development.
Is that Neil Druckmann, I think? Yeah.
I think it was, yeah, Neil Druckmann, yeah.
Oh.
And that just goes to show how sensitive people are about this topic. Like, this is a big deal.
Well, yeah. It's like, I mean,
Even
I've
if
seen.
you weren't, for whatever reason, concerned about like the ethics of the AI, I would think you would want to be careful about it anyway, just because like there's bound to be some kind of legislation happening in the future regarding what you're allowed to do with it and what you can't, and you don't want to be on whatever ends up being the losing side of that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can
Like-
sort of see big companies being really careful about this.
You know, there's one area of GameMaker I would love to see AI in, and I'm not sure if we can call that AI necessarily, but it sort of is. So that area being automation in terms of working with assets and room editor. So picture this, and I think I messaged about this a while ago in the GameMaker server. So say something like that. You have a window where you can enter a prompt, and you do, and I've seen this in Blender, I think. Let's say add 40 instances of object box, space it out in a grid pattern, separated by 32 pixels, and then center that in the room. That's one case. Another case. Using this tile set, give me a sec. Using this tile set, create 10 prefab rooms with different random castle layouts. Or I have a bunch of misorganized, just a whole mess of assets. Rename them to follow these naming scheme and sort them into folders. So stuff like that. That I would love to have.
I will add, I have seen someone actually do that, I believe, for Unity as well as a plugin.
I think there's a couple
So you're gonna-
Unity AI assistant. I think they're run off ChatGPT in some way, shape, or form plugins. I don't know if they're still
And you know
like
what?
functional because rely on.
I wonder if the kind of thing I'm describing here is possible using the plugins as well. Given we'll have access to all the assets and all the UI. How doable would that be? And I wonder if people would feel as particular about something like that as they would like general use case AI, like draw me a sprite. Oh, but that's trained on a bunch of people generated stuff, right?
Yeah.
People generated. I'm AI speaking now, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You raise a really interesting point about where the line is and what the shape of this grey area is. Because I interpret that as just paperwork, right? That's just busy work. That's organizational, that's admin.
Exactly.
And within game
Ideally,
development, that's like
AI
pretty
automates
trivial,
all
right?
the stuff that you actually would rather not spend your time doing, right?
Yeah.
That is
for-
the sort of situation I'm trying to describe, yeah. Anything
For-
that can simplify and speed up your workflow with the engine like that.
For
Yeah.
indie developers, that is strictly a time saver because if you're not going to do it, no one's going to do it. In AAA, that's someone's job. Like fully, that is it. Man, even in mobile studios, that is someone's job. There is there's this new term that's been invented over the last couple of years. Was it an asset integration specialist? Right. Which is the most bullshit term I've ever heard. Like I cannot express how much I hate this term. And this is just a person who sits with the artist and imports the artist's work into the game engine, formats it nicely, names it nicely, compresses all the Photoshop layers down, shrinks it to an appropriate size, puts it on the right texture page, texture group, texture atlas, whatever you want to call it. Maybe sets up a material, hooks up to the right material that's been designed somewhere else. Like that is
Right.
actually fully a job category, and that is usually in the realm of technical art these days, or maybe a particular kind of artist.
I think
and
a
if
bunch of
AI,
people might argue that that job shouldn't exist if there's an option to remove it. Not saying I think that, but
yeah,
That is
I
something
now
that I could definitely see the AI bros making the argument of at any rate.
Yep.
yeah, it increases productivity, right? It decreases the amount of human beings that need to be involved in this process because this is all just busy work, right?
I
However, there are
always kind of.
Go on.
Sorry, no, I'll let you go first, and then I'll.
Okay. There are two things to say about that by looking at this job category. Whilst I despise the term, it is not for the obvious reason. So the first thing is that, yeah, right, maybe this shouldn't be a job, but whose job is it? In reality, in the vast majority of cases, like, the artist should be doing that, but in reality, a technical artist is doing that. I have seen many, many times and spoken to artists myself and had technical artist friends who have said this and just it's out there in the ether that artists are not very good at importing graphics into games. And yeah, maybe you do actually need
I
somebody
noticed
there.
that. I can confirm that. Yep.
Yeah. And it seems to be sort of a universally true thing. Artists don't like rigor and doing things properly. At least when it comes to dealing with game engines. And
I've seen in a lot of places, like even on small indie teams, like the programmer asks for a sprite for whatever, and then the artist gives them like basically what Kat just said. Would you like to unzip post file question mark brackets game.zip copy to? No, just give me the file name.
Yeah, and this is before we even get onto the topic of like, should artists learn how to use source control? Like, we're not even getting to that point. We're like,
That's a
the
that's a
artist
whole
going
other
to
philosophical discussion to add to the pile.
It is. We're not going to touch that. Is the artist going to export this UI element at a 2K texture for something that is less than like an inch square on the screen? Is like, that is someone's job to manage that process. And maybe artists should, like, just do that job. But even if they didn't, I think by assuming that asset importing is not a creative decision, we are doing that a disservice. Because that is actually a creative decision, as bizarre as that is to say. How you import an asset is like really important. Because if you make just on a basic level, if you make an asset too small, you are losing data. And that matters. That really, really matters in an era where we have mega textures and we have, 64K textures being set up for Unreal rendering, Unreal 5 rendering. Like, if you import that at the wrong size in a VR game, you're going to notice it. And that actually is a decision that people have to make. It's always compromise. And offloading that to an AI and just saying, well, the AI just knows best, means that you have actually made a bunch of assumptions about the creative intent of that AI. And that has an impact on the final product. Someone needs to check that AI's work. And that job is not getting removed. So is that AI actually saving you hours? Or is it hiding that work behind the facade of something that is expensive, environmentally destructive, and also destroys entry-level jobs?
In a similar sense, I actually was recently told about, I guess this is more off-tangent than like the whole GameMaker, whole AI topic, but yesterday I was actually talking to someone, and they actually told me about like a scenario involving their job at the cheese factory that they work at, where
As
they
one
actually
does.
had like, but actually, it was mainly like part of a story. They had basically three people on a line, one to like essentially take cheese out of a barrel, one to cut the cheese, and one to like make sure there's like the cheese is actually going in as cheese, not just like bits of plastic and whatnot. They decided as a safe like money saving feature to just make the person who's just cutting the cheese to also deal with the cheese bell. They got sued at some point because they kept on having plastic appear in cheese packages, and the worst offender was I have heard that ended up in a restaurant somewhere.
Oof.
Imagine
Oh, that's
having
not good.
lasagna and there's a bit of plastic.
Because first
Yeah,
you're going to
there's
blame the
plastic in
chef,
my
aren't
soup.
you? Right. Yeah. Better than a
Oh,
fly, maybe.
not just any plastic, it's melted plastic.
Ugh. Grim. Somebody asked a question on Tab's Twitch chat. Quote, do you not think AI will be capable of solving this, as in the asset importing problem? Do you think AI will not be capable of solving the asset importing problem in the future? Right, so I think there is a very important thing to point out there is the use of the word solving. Like, solve implies that it is a problem to solve. That is the wrong way of thinking about this. When you solve a problem in game development, you aren't solving a problem. It's not A plus B equals C, A and B are 1 and 3, what is C? 4, for people who are not keeping up. It's not a problem to solve, it is a decision to make. Now, that decision has parameters. The decision you end up coming out with has to fit inside a box of a certain shape. But an AI will presume the shape of an answer, and a human being will see an alternate answer. See an alternate shape that can be used to come to a resolution for a question. Like, an AI is a machine is designed to solve problems. But game development is not a problem-solving exercise, it is a decision-making exercise. And I fundamentally believe that an AI will never do as good as a human being when it comes to deciding something creatively. It is not possible. I just don't believe it. I don't care whether AI is going to be super clever. It's going to solve, 100 quintillion teraflops of information per nanosecond in 20 years. We're going to have artificial general intelligence. It will solve chess games blindingly fast, but it will not tell you why the chess game matters. And that is the bit that we're getting at here. So no, it is not a solution. It's not a thing that can be solved ever. So I think AI is there for admin work, and maybe that's acceptable. But anything more than that is just dumb. I have very strong feelings about this, as you can tell. Yeah.
I will say I kind of find the only real issue I find otherwise with AI like integrations today is that there's so much AI that focuses too much on generalizing, like basically covering every single feature, when it's like, if an AI was really good at like one specific area, it'd probably have better chances. But as you said, there's still pitfalls. Even then.
Yeah.
Like, it cannot truly replace something that a human could do better. Especially in games development. You just can't.
That's my opinion anyway, and Tabular's opinion. So you're welcome to come to your own conclusions.
I think if AI was to have a place in GameMaker, it would not be for the purpose of like modifying the project directly, but what some people have dubbed like an advanced manual search. So if someone is having a problem with like drawing a sprite with a certain transformation or whatever, they could ask them that, and then instead of writing the code for them or creating a version of the sprite that was mirrored or whatever, it would instead say, like, here's the list of manual pages that pertain to drawing sprites with transformation. And it might be aware of some other context of what you're trying to do. And it would be, like, very constrained and limited in what it could do. But if someone was having a problem here and now, it would be maybe not necessarily, like, the first line of defense when it came to solving it, like always just hit F1 and search the manual yourself, but it would be an option for someone who didn't know where to go.
Yeah, I can see that being a really good use of AI. I mean, that would save many hours of everybody's time, I think. Yeah.
I think that was at least the main aim for the AI assistant in GameMaker, was just kind of have it like an advanced manual helper.
I don't remember if Juju Games themselves ever brought up the idea of having like an advanced manual search, but that was kind of like when this was talked about last year and everyone was losing their heads over it. That was kind of what people called the best case use for it, I think.
Probably, yeah. I don't know. There's been so many discussions.
Cormex has brought up the point that what the AI wouldn't know is that the manual is wrong sometimes. Cormex, don't. I'm trying to look on the bright side here.
However, I would like to point out that neither would a person reading the manual for the first time.
That's true.
That is very true.
Nothing is lost. We don't lose anything. If the source is, shit in, shit out, right? Like, if the source information is bad, then yeah, you're just going to get bad information. No way around it. But, something I'd like to point out about what you just said is that you are solving the problem of where is this information. You're not asking the AI to decide what information should I read. Those are like different things. One of those is a good use of AI. The other one is like asking an AI to do the thinking for you. And, that's why it feels better.
Just as a general rule, like, I don't I don't hate AI. I have a lot of friends who will tell you that they hate AI, but the things that I think AI is actually good for and the things that get the venture capitalists excited are like diametrically opposed, right? So like if you can think of a use for AI that's like extremely constrained and limited and boring and not something that will get a lot of money thrown at you, those are usually the things that I think will probably in the long run actually end up being a good use for it.
Yep. It is the unsexy uses of technology that end up making the most money.
One of the favorite bits of software on my phone is a program which I can use to like take a picture of a bug that's on like one of my vegetables outside and it will tell me what it is and if it's good or bad. And that's the sort of thing that like only nerds care about. That is not the sort of thing that will like set Twitter on fire, but that's like actually a useful use for artificial intelligence.
I tried that sort of similar program with a plant that I was growing in my plant pot. Or I say that I was growing it. I was actually trying to grow strawberries, and this other plant turned up and has killed the strawberries because it stole all the nutrients. Okay, say la vie.
We'll count that as a win.
Okay, you know, at least something's growing. Jesus Christ. So I got out a little plant scanner app, and I was like, okay, what plant is this? And I took a little video of it, you know, did the whole thing. And it told me it was a particular type of very rare tree that only grows in Africa.
A little bit of a miss.
That is a miss. And I later realized I was just looking at a fern. It's just a fern. It's just a young fern, so it looks a bit weird. Right? I like, oh, okay. That was a bit of a miss for the AI. The reason is because it didn't understand the scale of what I was taking a photo of.
And it thought it was like a palm tree or something.
Yeah, I thought it was just a massive tree. And it wasn't. It was just a very small plant. Small fern. Yeah. Will AI solve asset importing? Well, it can't even get the size of a tree right, so like, in the real world. So maybe not, huh?
Oh.
Yeah.
I think I've seen like I could tell definitely scam ads, but like I've seen ads about like where you can actually scan like a plant and it'll like tell you what kind of plant it is, how it's doing, if it's sick. And I say why it's a scam because they say hover over a video, it's like, oh, this plant is obviously sick. Just cut its leaves.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
now there's something wrong with it if there wasn't before.
Yeah. Gonna coppice a rose. That's not how that works, is it? Oh boy. Right. There's something else that I want to ask you guys about because I didn't spot this. So it's a little secret, a little Easter egg maybe. Action library will be used for all input. What does that mean? I missed this.
That was at the very beginning of the video when there was a like picture of text on the screen and there was a GML comment or something like that that had a few little Easter egg sort of things.
So what's an action library? Indulge me. Like what?
I feel like every time they do one of these update videos, Yo-Yo Games floats the idea of creating some sort of general input manager and then don't speak of it again until the next year.
Yeah, I don't think that's new for this year necessarily.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that before. I think maybe even all the way back before the GitHub integration for the roadmap and the bugs. That's where I remember it triggers from, or actions, or whatever it was called.
Okay. Interesting. Because obviously,
yeah,
like I've done a lot of work in this area. That's kind of one of the 50% of my life maybe. Dealing with user input's kind of hard.
Specifically, Juju,
Yeah.
how do you feel about text in rooms?
Shrug. Yeah. Okay. Text in rooms. How are we going to localize that? You know, it's kind of the question that immediately pops out at me. Maybe there's some cool optimization you could do there or something. But
they do have the layer element accessor, getter setters.
Yeah.
I guess.
Are you just gonna make an object that just does a function call? You know.
Pretty.
Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too much. Maybe that's some programmer brain kind of coming in there. Because you're gonna have to find that layer asset somehow, and like that's inherently gonna be code. So why not just do a draw text call?
I'm trying to think if like putting text in rooms and then writing code to extract the text from the rooms and then look up the corresponding translations, that would probably just be more work than just doing it the normal way in the first place, right? But
Yeah.
like people do make small games in GameMaker. This could just be a nice to have for
Yeah.
like people are making
Yeah.
a game jam or something.
I mean,
Yeah.
or
we
school
we
projects
know
or whatever.
obviously this would be for like the whole UI prefab sort of system. This is the obvious aspect. I
Yeah.
kind of do think though, definitely, especially when you're just starting in a game maker and you just want to draw text, it is a lot easier to be able to just place text exactly where you want it, and it's like it's set. You don't have to think about the code side of things.
I would like to expand on this a little bit. I think this is actually a really I think this feature has a lot of depth to it that maybe isn't obvious, at least to me when we first started talking about it here. Okay, let's say we want to draw some text in a room. Like, what situations, there's like an itemized list, what situations would we want to do that in? Is like, what score you have. You know, you're next to a sign and you want to show some text when you're next to a sign. Some dialogue, static dialogue from a character. Maybe you're making a visual novel, or you're making a menu. You'd want some text. Is there anything else that I might be missing here?
Did you list like I guess this would fall under probably menu, but like a written tutorial? Yeah, that would fall under menu. Never mind.
Yeah,
Credit screen.
yeah,
That's
credit
text.
screens would be good.
Anything else?
I'm trying to think. I guess like not you would see often, but I guess I've seen some very basic people make like little like quick logo splash screens with just text.
Yeah, splash screens. Yeah.
Like
I-
title
I-
screen even?
like
I may or may not have done that at some point with just text itself.
yeah. So
I think it's just generally anything you want to design visually in the room compared to laying it up in code, and that can be a lot of things.
yeah, so I want to go a little bit deeper than that though. Like what are the uses of this? And because I'm gonna come to a point here. Menus, credits, tutorials, loading screens. I think those are really good uses for text in games. If we're ignoring the localization issue, which is absolutely fair enough. Not everybody is doing professional work, right? But stuff like dialogue or a visual novel, or static text on an item, or your score, like you're going to want to have some active control over that text. Your score will change. So how do you change the number that the score displays? You're not going to want the text to be written over a character's head most of the time. You're going to want to draw it when the player gets close. There's interactive visual novels. You just got loads of text. Do you want to really do that manually in every room? I guess some crazy person would, or some very new user who hasn't learned the rest of the engine yet. But what I'm saying is there's actually quite a lot of dynamism built into text, especially when we're dealing with GUIs and reactive workflows and stuff. Reactive GUI layouts. But I think there's actually more dynamicness in text than you'd imagine. Even for a menu, you're going to want to change color of text depending on what you've got selected. And for a credit screen, maybe you want that to scroll. Like, that's quite a lot. And just drawing some static text in a room, I'm not sure that cuts it. There needs to be some other stuff to go around it. I haven't looked at this feature. Maybe there is some other stuff to go around it, but I don't think it's actually that useful, to be honest.
I
useful
haven't looked at
I'm-
it either, but do you know how individual instances in the room editor can get their own ID? And you could use that to reference like a specific instance of a thing in a room.
Yeah.
I wonder if text could get something similar, so you could reference a specific, not the string itself, but like an object containing the text string, the text X, Y, color, transformation.
I think it has that.
It
I'm going to
does?
confirm, but I think it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It basically, so picture right now we have the asset layer. The asset layer has sprites, sequences,
Is it
and
is it in
particle
the beta
systems.
right now? I
It is,
try to
yeah.
go and
Yep. So you can reference it like that.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
let me confirm that.
because that solves like most of the problems I would think about that. It doesn't really take care of advanced stuff like text scrolling, but
Yeah, fine.
Just have wrapping, I think.
Yeah. The point I'm sort of getting at here is you're going to have to write some code at some point.
Yeah. Also, what's
definitely.
interesting, Juju, I saw your comment about stacking or docking on the same side or something close to that. And
Yeah.
the new panel in the room editor in the beta does that. Have you seen that?
I haven't
It's
seen
not
that.
really. Well, I'll screenshot it for you.
Please, yeah, that'd be lovely.
So here it is.
It would be nice to be able to show our audience the screenshot as well. I don't know how doable that
It
is.
would be. I'm not sure. Probably on
Let's
screen.
see. I can switch
I can-
the stream over to just a browser window.
I could
and then
just add
we
it
can
straight
open
to
up-
OBS. Pretty sure, yeah.
Or you
Just
can
gonna
do
add it
that.
straight to OBS.
I'm glad we have you
bec-
two. Otherwise, I'd be so lost.
For some reason, it's like locked on to my end though. Give me a second. There we are.
Did you
Sure.
send it in the
It's
in
in
the
the
group
voice
chat?
chat.
It is in
This
the
is
voice.
not the way I would like to be.
It's in the
Let's
voice
see.
channel
Just-
chat. Yeah.
Basically,
Basically, it's a panel that you can dock to different places or dock
Let's do
out that displays instance IDs separately, which is
1 second.
So this is the
Interesting.
new list of assets of things in the room editor, right? Or on the layer.
this
rather.
one. Yeah.
Which used to be like part of the room inspector, which was a little awkward because it wasn't very big.
Yeah, and it's basically docking on top of docking on the same side,
Yeah.
which is why I
Yeah.
brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It seems to be
As
built-
Cormax is saying, it used to be in the inspector and now it's separate.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not entirely
So-
sure what I think about that because it now takes up an awful lot of space, but I guess it's
Yep.
like you take your poison, take one or the other.
Yeah.
Also, the button for text is a little weird. So make an asset layer, right? And then you'll see that the button for text is not on the regular layers, it's up top.
Oh.
Oh yeah. I was
Okay.
trying to find it. No, well, I was like,
I was
talking about it.
looking for it, but I
Yep.
didn't see it, and that's where it is. Okay.
What?
Wait a minute.
Why?
That's
Interesting. So here's what
And
I
it does
just
have
noticed.
the ID right there as well. saying.
Can you
I
actually
feel
edit,
like
the text size and stuff? Because I don't see a font size option or anything.
So, I know you can resize it. Okay, this is what I've noticed. If you're on a blank project or a project with no fonts and you do add in text, I should probably actually just stream like my beta window at this point because I think that might be a bit better. But like I just noticed this basically. Give me a second. I've noticed that it will actually add in a font asset if you don't have one.
Oh,
Yeah, I just noticed that
creates a
too.
default?
Yep.
that's interesting.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna delete these two. And then I'm gonna delete the font. Alright, I'm gonna press this button, which will add in a font, like text. Bam, it adds it straight. It's actually blocked by chat. But
Whoops.
this is what I get. I just hide chat. Yeah, so that font asset wasn't there.
Really interesting.
And you can indeed give it a
There we
unique
go.
name so that you can reference it directly by code. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that info is
Yeah.
already in room get info too. So I plugged that into my library.
I did also notice that there was a justify text alignment option in the release notes, which,
Yeah.
in addition to left, right, center, you can now justify text so that it's spread out to fill the horizontal width, which is interesting.
So
I also
basically,
don't know how much use that has in actual games, because usually in games you're not reading an entire novel, but still.
It has some edge cases, yeah.
Edge cases.
You will see it every now and again.
yeah, it seems like the text
Anyway.
has all the usual getters and setters that the other assets do as well.
Yeah.
I will say at least it does have some nice alignment toolment at least here, so it's not the worst.
What I suspect this is probably more for use with the GUI layer stuff, with the GUI things coming.
Yeah,
It
that
could be
that was like my
Yeah, that's
for.
what I think it's probably is for. Now, Noah Copeland says, I think this is a feature that is great at getting non-technical people into game dev. Give that high level of creation, then learn the technical way later. I agree. However, I do think that the dynamic nature of text in games is like something we take for granted, and that is something that even basic users are going to want to use, going to want to have available to them. So maybe that's a way of encouraging people to learn the technical stuff, but
You know, that's similar to what
I don't
Ross
know,
said previously. like GML Visual being a Trojan horse
Yeah, I saw
to
that. Yeah,
lure people in.
yeah.
Tabular, you've got
I
a
don't know.
bot in your chat, I think,
I know.
and it's gone. All right. Surprised
Mine
you only
was
saw the
on
one
now.
today. Usually I see way more of them on Twitch.
Honestly, I get it like I think once a month.
Is
It
that
just
all?
happens to be. I've only gone like 2 this month, literally, and I stream like almost every week, like once a week.
Barahara asked what a justify function is. So justify is a type of text alignment, where it will try to spread out words on a line of text so that they fill the full width of the text box, and it does this by adding spacing between words.
If you've ever opened up like a book, a novel, an encyclopedia or whatever, and seen that the sides of like the left and the right side of every paragraph is always exactly in the same place, and
I think Word does that, right?
yeah, Word has a justify text alignment option. Most word processors do, and
Yeah.
like if there's a lot of words which are very like short words, 2 or 3 letters, then they can cram together without needing any space between them to fit. If you have a lot of longer words, scientific words or whatever, they might overflow the line, and then they'll have to be spaced out and then arranged so that in a more spaced out way so that they will neatly fill in the width of the paragraph.
You will see this, and Circadian again points it out. You'll see this often in newspapers.
It's a lot easier to notice in print where you have a lot of skinny columns rather than a full-size piece of paper column.
Yep. Also, a fuzzy Kiwi has come by and is asking, new to game dev, is there a topic today or can we ask questions? Do you think there's a topic today?
I mean,
Our topic has been getting off topic.
Yeah.
Well, it's mainly about me getting off topic at like 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh God, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Morning.
Okay. It's no
It's
longer
typical-
late; it is now early.
Yes.
Um,
Can we?
And,
That's an interesting question. Can we guys do this again?
I think Tabular might need a few weeks of sleep first.
No,
I think
honestly,
next time
I
it's
have.
my turn to be up at weird hours of the morning doing this, because every time we've done this so far, Tabular's been up at like 3 in the morning.
Oh, you're taking one for the team. How kind of you. Oh.
I think there are a lot more people that could be brought on potentially too.
Yeah,
That'd be
absolutely.
nice.
I asked
Um,
Sarah/Sean JS. They said they were a little busy. Previously, 8-Bit Warrior Stephen Loney has done Screaming About GameMaker. John Xor the Shader Wizard has done Screaming About GameMaker. So it'd be fun to have a variety of people on doing this.
Yeah. I mean, it does. This is why I feel like I'm but a guest. Other people should rotate through. I think. Yeah, get some other ideas, and it's always good.
I will say a few more things about the texting because I am playing.
Oh,
around a
I'd
bit
love
with
to
it.
hear them.
I've noticed you can set color, which is nice. You can set color on the spot. You can rotate them. You can set the origin, which is I haven't seen too much of that, but that's interesting. But it's got like
Where
a
to
little
rotate
alignment
around, you
option.
mean?
Oh yeah,
Where
you
to
can rotate the text.
around?
Yeah, although it's like I think it's like from the top left, the rotation. Yeah, looks like it.
What?
I've also
Hang on. If you
yeah.
if you change the origin, does that change the rotation point?
That might actually just be the case. Let's see. Yeah, looks like it does.
Okay. I'm about to say if
Okay.
it only ever rotates from the top left, that would be absolutely mental.
Do you wait?
So
So how do we do the origin? Do we know the exact size in pixels?
I was
I would
looking
be-
for like a visual click to drag the origin point. I didn't see one. I don't know if it's there in a weird place.
Because if we don't, then
I mean, you're probably free to look at my stream. If I have to, I could probably maybe like pull out like a video feed, and then just show you that.
Oh, we do have
Right.
frame size. Maybe that's it. Okay. size.
I
Frame
did
size.
see frame size. I think that's just like the border. Yeah, that's like the kind of like the.
That's the border. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like you
I
can't
like the
toggle
way
wrap for that.
I like the way this has descended into how does this feature work? What is this feature?
Why is the origin pointers of the same alignment? That is an excellent question.
Yeah.
I feel like it should be.
Well, this is the
Genuinely,
only
Yeah.
like,
one of
the
these
same
like
as
new
alignment.
features which is actually currently in the engine right now in front of us, unless you're in the closed beta, which probably should not be on the screen in video form at the moment anyway.
So Musnik asked a question. Why is the origin point not the same as the alignment? Yeah, we all agree that's silly. Backstory: in Scribble, it used to be the case that the origin was different from the alignment, and I created this really clever system where you could separate the origin and the alignment. I was like, wow, that's so cool, that's so clever, that covers every use case, and nobody used it. Not one person used that feature, and when I got rid of it, nobody complained. Like, okay, cool, fine. It's very funny seeing Yo-Yo Games make the same mistakes. To me, it's just very humorous. I don't think obviously they can't really change it now. I wouldn't expect them to, but like that just makes me smile.
Well, it's still in beta. They could add or remove stuff from the UI.
Yeah. It looks like you have to calculate the origin yourself based on the frame size.
Which obviously, yes, this was the problem with Scribble as well. It was terrible.
Well, at least the text in rooms has a visual editor. Scribble was just code anyway.
Yeah, right.
But
yeah,
like
so Scribble was
in
handicapped
image
a little
editors,
bit.
if you want to set the origin point to something, there's a little icon that you can click and drag, and that'll set the rotation point. But I don't see it in here right now.
Yeah.
Which, if you wanted to set the origin point, would be a useful thing to have.
I suspect that asking for the feature to be removed would be just ignored. I don't think they'd go for it. But if you had a way of saying, "Oh, auto calculate," like an auto calculate button, or maybe a checkbox.
Actually, for that matter,
right.
Sprite Origins have the thing that I'm talking about, the little
Yeah.
widget that you can click and set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think
will
you
say.
could ask for the same thing. They'd do that.
Yeah. I
Along
feel
with
like
a set of
Elise
presets for like upper left, middle center, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I don't know, like it should not be like at least our job to just manually calculate the exact origin.
Yeah, definitely not. The way I did it for my library is I do it from 0 to 1, similar to how MGUI does it.
Yeah. I think that's a good approach as well.
So 0 is 0, 1 is left, or 1 is bottom.
I think Unity does something similar for its anchor points as well, if I remember correctly.
Unity's anchor points for UI has given me so many different kinds of headaches over the years.
I wonder how Flexbox is going to cope with that, but let's not go back in time. Let's move forwards.
Yeah.
Was there something else you want to say about text as well, Tabular? You said you had a couple of things to say.
No, I'm just mostly kind of playing around and like experimenting. Like the Lisa got some considerations for like how text should be like added in. It's definitely got a few rough points. It could use some improvements. But I find it nice that it gives you a font. Like it doesn't like
Instead
say,
of
oh, you need to
defaulting
select
to
a
like
font.
the default -1 font or whatever.
Well, yeah, that, but like it kind of just gives you something to work on. Maybe this might be a getaway deep down, like a tinfoil hat time. Maybe they might be getting rid of the default font. Maybe we'll just force all use fonts. But that is a tinfoil hat moment from Tab, and that is all.
Why would you not force there to always be one font in the engine? If that's a requirement, why wouldn't you just make creating a project create one object, one room, one font?
I
And
could
have it
see
out or whatever.
wanting to be able to set the default font yourself, like especially if you only have one font in the game, and like why would you need anything else? But like, I don't think there's any harm in having the default font. Like it's not a huge texture. It doesn't take up a lot of space or resources or anything. And
Yeah, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. I
like,
agree.
what
with you.
happens if someone tries to run a game with no fonts?
Well, on
what if you
HTML5
delete
it
the default
refuses.
font?
It refuses. On HTML5 it literally refuses to boot the game.
I guess it would
I
be
will
like if you
say
tried to
that-
run a game without any rooms, but still, why?
Yeah, that actually
What's the
throws an
harm
error,
in just
doesn't
having
it, I
the
think?
built-in one?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But it seems like they're doing like quite a lot of work here to force a font resource to exist in your game. So
This does remind me a little bit of in the particle editor. If you set a particle sprite
orbit.
and it's not in your game, it will just add it to your game.
yeah,
Good
feels a bit
I know
weird
what's
doing that.
funny. Cormax was asking whether you could set the origin to a negative value to make the text follow an orbit, and yeah, you
Ah.
can. You can
I,
totally
That's
do
I,
cool.
that.
I'm kind of like testing it now. It kind of looks like you can. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
As for use cases, you make a gem game, you want a quick title, you put a text on, you give it a font, you put some layer filter effects, and that's it. And that's your quick title. That
Atlas
should work
Star.
pretty well.
Atlas Star points out this is quote that's literally working exactly how text and sequences works. So it appears to
Makes
be
sense.
sharing a
Yep.
feature over from two. Which is, you know, if I was Yo-Yo Games, that's the way I'd be doing it as well. That's just good reuse of code.
Yep.
Ooh. Actually,
Atla, you know what
I'm
it
gonna-
also reminds me of is if you and I just deleted my test example, so I'm gonna have to recreate it to make sure I know what I'm talking about. But if you like create an asset layer and just like toss a sprite on it or whatever, it will get a very similar UI, and you will be able to access properties of the sprite asset on the asset layer, like the position or scale or rotation or whatever.
Yeah, it's very similar at least at the top of the editor. Yeah.
You know what? You
Um,
guys have won me over. I've come around on this feature. Actually, I think it's pretty good, isn't it? For UI, I think for in-game stuff, it's basically pointless. But for UI, this is actually super helpful.
Honestly, they fixed
Especially
the
on the
origin,
Flexbox
like, or at least
panel,
give like an
something.
auto calculate, and that's it. I'm fine with it. Pretty much, there's no issues I have. I feel like
Yeah.
this is a solid feature, even if you just wanted to like just mock up something, especially.
Yeah.
This could also, I forget who said this earlier, this could also be part of the UI prefab. So if you had like a button or something, it would come with a sprite and then it would come with a text asset behind it. And then probably you would be able to like reference the combination of those two things as a whole and say like button.text.font or whatever
Well-
equals this or that.
That's like the even more interesting bit as well, because like with like prefabs, as I said, you know, you can expose certain variables. Those same variables could easily be like an asset selection from your own project.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like all the options would be there. It'd be like the easiest button. You could reference what text you want to render, what sprite you want to use, like, you know, a 9 slice especially, probably, and what function it should execute with maybe some arguments. I don't know, hypothetical, but
Yeah.
that would be great.
So you're trying to address the sort of lack of dynamicism there somehow.
Yeah.
Which is where we get into Unity's and also Godot and also sort of Unreal's concept of attaching scripts to objects, right? And we just reinvented the wheel. Maybe that's not a bad idea, though. Cormac says, my one complaint is the button to access it only appearing when an asset layer is selected. Feels like a feature people will not realize it exists. Yes. I can
Yeah, it's a
You
little
know,
out of
I-
place.
something
will
that's
admit,
potentially pretty good. Like,
I would prefer like maybe somewhere on like the actual layer, like kind of similar how everything else is, but when you press text, it just does assets. Like I wouldn't complain if it just kind of did assets and just did it for you. Like
What I
give us another option.
The way I thought it would be is that like you click on the asset layer itself, the asset layer opens in the inspector, you see properties like depth and filter effects and stuff. I thought there would be a button under filter effects for like create text or create something else. And I'm gonna guess that the reason that they put it all the way at the top of the room editor is because that's where the toolbar for the tile maps are. But like when there's only one icon like that, you're probably not going to notice that it appeared unless you happen to be looking at that part of the screen at that exact moment.
I do wonder what the thinking was for that decision. I don't get it. It's like there's nothing else up there, right? That you'd want to click on all the time.
Like the tile
weird.
layers have a dozen, 20 different icons up in that section of the screen, so you'll notice when it changes. And even then, you could probably argue that there's a better place to put that, but the text being the only button up there makes it really hard to find.
Yeah.
It's especially
Same with-
weird because all the other asset types are on the new layer panel.
Yeah.
Or rather,
right?
no, they're not. But yeah, if you do, if you can drag in particle systems, but there are no buttons for those up top.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I have a hot take. Oh man, I'm full of hot takes today. I don't know what it is. Must be the weather. The paradigm that GameMaker is using, which is your asset browser is basically always open. And your asset browser is how you connect your room editor to assets, mostly objects and sprites and tile sets. That paradigm doesn't make sense when you're creating strings, because there's no concept of a string resource in your game.
You think that's why they designed it
However-
like that?
I don't know, but what we're seeing is potentially the decision making that happens when you have a contradiction in a user interface paradigm. So we've got this concept of layers, and these layers have things on them, and these things are sprites or objects or tile sets or effects, filters, right? And text in itself isn't really enough of an asset to make it an asset, and it's not enough of a layer to make it just a layer. So how do we deal with this? Let's just stick a button in somewhere.
Stuck in between, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of like neither fish nor fowl. Now, one solution to that is why don't we just make text a resource, and then we can make a localization system that automatically handles all the text.
I thought that for a
That'd be kinda
second,
cool.
and then I thought, like,
Yeah.
no beginner who is likely to use this system is going to want to have to go somewhere else in the IDE to define their text.
Yeah, correct. Which is why Unreal's localization system sucks, is because that's exactly what you have to do. I say sucks. It's very useful for commercial games. It rules. But in this situation, it would
the
not.
skill
fit the
floor is
use
very
case.
high in that engine.
Yeah, because
Apparently
of
less
stuff
than
like
it used
this.
to be, but
yeah.
I haven't really looked at it in a long time, so I don't know what it's like now.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting that that paradigm decision that Yo-Yo Games made, like, way back, possibly 10 years ago now, is now expressing itself in these weird outcomes.
You want to
And-
hear a fun story, by the way?
Yes, I do.
So back in the old, like, pre-GMS2 room editors, like, if you wanted to put an object in the room, you would have to, like, select it from a list in the room editor itself and then click and drag, right?
Yep.
The first time I opened the GMS2 room editor, way back in like October 2016 or whenever the open beta first started, it took me like a half an hour to figure out that you could just drag stuff from the asset browser into the room and that you didn't have to click on something to add it.
Yeah.
That was awkward.
I have spent a lot of time working with a GameMaker developer over the years who hates GMS2's interface, only ever uses GMS1. And he said kind of a weirdly profound thing. GameMaker Studio 2 shows me too much information. When I'm placing a tile set, I just want to see the tile sets. When I'm in a room editor and I select the tile set button, I just want to see the tile sets. And I spoke to a number of people at Yo-Yo Games, some people very senior indeed, and they said point blank, like, we want to show you as much information as possible at all times. And this is one of those situations with this text button. If this was GMS1, you would have a new tab in the room editor, and it would say text, and you'd be able to create a text, instance, air quotes, some sort of text element, and you'd be able to text would be a separate tab, and it would literally just have add text, and you'd click on a text instance or text element, and it would give you some parameters like an inspector, right? That's the way they would have done that in GMS1. But in GMS2, that is functionally not possible because of the interface paradigm. And I'm on the side of this GMS1 developer. I actually think that showing people all the information they could possibly want all at the same time is not actually helpful. I think that's actually counterproductive, vast majority of the time. And you can sort of feel the tension, in my opinion, at least. I can feel the tension coming out here. And it's like, yeah, okay. I'm glad we're getting IDE plugins so that we can basically sort of work around some of these problems, perhaps. And just have in the inspector, you can just click an add text button. in an inspector, and that kind of handles it there for you.
In saying that, I thought about the best IDE plugin ever. Just call it nothing, and it just simply removes everything. You just have the asset browser. That's it.
Your
So-
game can't have bugs if you can't make your game.
Yeah, it's not a bug; it's a absence of a feature. So
There was
Noah Cope-
some question.
sorry to talk over you, Tabular. If somebody asked a question, just want to very quickly answer it. Noah Copeland asked, "What paradigm decision are we referring to?" Referring to the decision to make the asset browser a fundamental part of using the room editor, where in order to place an object, you need to have the asset browser open. In order to place a sprite, you need to have the asset browser open. So you're mostly clicking on stuff in the asset browser and then either dragging it in or alt-clicking and placing it in the room. Which means that we no longer have the idea of like different room editor modes as you did in GMS1. Sorry, Tab, go for it, yeah.
So actually, I was gonna actually bring up that exact question, but there
Oh,
was
sorry.
another
Oh,
thing.
no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Shit.
Same
Did you have a
brain
different
cell.
answer? If you had a different answer, say no.
Well, fortunately, there's another point I want to make about someone mentioning about text elements, which I want to go back into. Someone mentioned about how text elements and layers should also be able to have shaders applied. On my stream, I have just set up just now. You could apply a layer, like a filter or effect, onto a layer, so which means you could have underwater text.
That's Hotline Miami as fuck. Look at it. It's so good.
But
This is
I mean,
the,
also theoretically.
The chromatic aberration overdrive right here.
Nice.
Actually, hold on. I mean, yeah. I mean, we could just go overdrive. Let's see, Kamex spread. Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, you know what? I feel like I need to make this into a GIF because I think this is actually a good like effect. This is fantastic.
Could you have it say JSON? No.
You know what?
Okay,
I
well, never mind.
will.
Okay. One thing at a time.
I will just for you.
Oh, Tab, man. Thank you. I just appreciate you.
Everyone gets one.
Having
Especially
said
after
that,
everyone.
I do need to go in like 25 minutes.
No, you
it's a
don't.
little late here.
No, you don't.
Oh, I
Same
don't. I'm
here.
going to stay here forever. Okay. I got a JSON meme. That's it. I'm out. I'm done. See you later.
That was the real goal
No,
of this
no.
stream. So before
could we-
you go, are there any final comments anyone has? Any last observations about the updates or anything?
I have. Well, I'm just letting you know. I've just uploaded that GIF so you can actually see the text effect go full on. Like
That's
you
nice.
can show it on stream.
It would probably be easiest if I just share my screen and have your stream open on the side, which is a totally normal thing to do on a stream.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair. But yeah, I can change all the effects at will. Like straight
Oh my
up.
god, I didn't know there was a pet tabby button. That's awesome.
Oh, there is. It literally costs us 10 points, and it actually does stack. So if multiple people were to like pet me at once, it will actually go in a queue.
Okay, I'm gonna pet tabby. Bam.
Apparently, Twitch did not realize that I had your stream open in another tab because I still do not have any points, so I'm gonna have to save these for later.
Well, if you had Amazon Prime, you can get 300 points easily.
I do not have Amazon Prime, sadly.
Unfortunate. Do you want me to give you Prime? I mean, subs. I'll give you a sub.
I like the way
Good
Cat
enough.
is using a sock puppet account and is just shouting "Use cat speak."
You know what?
That's so funny.
I hit chat far too long. I need to highlight it. Just that. All right, there we go.
Incredible.
They all popped out of the side of your screen at once.
The
Yes.
final topic I'd like to bring up is sort of philosophical one that came up when we were sort of doing pre-stream prep earlier today. Is like I've seen a lot of people wonder out loud lately about how GameMaker gets made.
This is the
So-
polite version of the very angry comments Juju had a little while ago about some certain way things were being implemented.
Yeah, like, I get carried away. I apologize for this. But it's not a rare
We
thing.
understand.
Yeah. I think everybody sort of has some sort of general questions. But this isn't really like a rallying cry or anything. That's not what I'm going to here. It's like sort of a question why we care. And I don't really have an answer for this, right? This is not where I'm going with this. But when I talk to Unity devs and I talk to Unreal devs, and even to a certain extent Godot devs, they don't really care about how the game engine's made. They care about what they can do with it. And I think that's a genuine difference. And I don't really understand what that means. Like, why are we different about it? Why do we have a different attitude? Sort of generally, obviously, this stuff is all on probability curves.
I can make a few
I
guesses, although I'm not
Yeah, I mean,
really
I'd love
confident
to
in
hear
any of
people's
them.
opinions.
I think the
Guess
fact
away.
that, well, I think the fact that the GameMaker community has always been smaller than Unity is a big part of it. Even back in the days when Yo-Yo Games didn't really have a huge community-facing presence, because like a lot of us know each other, right? This is still more people are using this engine now than they did in the past, but a lot of us still know each other, and a lot of us still know like roughly who the individuals making the engine are. Like everyone knows who Russell is. People don't really know who the lead engineer of Unity is, or
I mean,
probably most of the other engines really.
Does
I
Unreal
have-
even have human beings? Like, who knows?
I mean, it's all it's obviously corporate aliens, but no. Here's the thing. I think what I like about like the ecosystem at GameMaker is that like someone like Russell, you just don't see like the lead, like head of any engine really go out their way and actually actively engage. Like you don't really see that often.
But even like this was kind of still true even before Opera bought Yo-Yo Games, and then like the Yo-Yo Games guys were, so to say, unchained and allowed to actually talk directly with us. Like
I'd like to make a
even
point
back
here
in
off the
like
back of kind of
2019, people still cared about how this stuff got made.
yeah. Just a quick point. I like to kind of join your two sort of concepts together. I think actually Russell and Zach and Kat specifically, Ross and Gavin and man, all the other people whose names I regrettably forget. I think the reason why they're in the community is because there is a community to interact with, and that community actually wants to talk to them and not just yell at them all the time. Like, I think
That's true.
I think there's a bit of a positive feedback loop going on there. It is not as simple as, oh, Yo-Yo Games are here, therefore as a community, or vice versa. Like, one hand scratches the other. And
I mean,
that's the wrong phrase. One hand shakes the other. That's what I mean.
I mean, to be fair, I do, in a sense, especially with GM Kitchen, I do try to like defend like the GameMaker team from like any kind of like general like problems, like if I need to, because I do understand that while yes, I can accept the fact that GameMaker has problems at points here and there, there's still a human being behind the computer, no matter what, and not a lot of people do take into that consideration sometimes. And I think it's more strongly in like other environments like Unity. There is no like true understanding of the human element there.
Especially
So
since I know Ross for a long time has been in the GameMaker community. He started as a QA tester. Ross is a community manager. And Zach and Kat, who are relatively recent hires to Yo-Yo Games, they actually come from the community. You do get that in Unreal and more so Unity, actually.
Unity
But it's
has just
very
straight up
corporate.
like acquired a few third-party extensions and plugins, haven't they?
Yeah.
Wasn't
they have,
like Text Mesh or whatever it was called originally external, and then they just adopted it?
Yeah, it's same with
Pro Builder or
one of
whatever the layout.
Yep.
3D thing is.
And also one of their multiplayer solutions, and also one of the first visual scripting solution I think they bought in. If I remember correctly.
Bolt?
Yeah, Bolt. I think Bolt was bought in. I think. And then they replaced it with Playmaker, which is arguably a little bit better. And yeah, so Circadian points out that Blend has done this too. Like, GameMaker hasn't actually bought in technology; they've bought the people, and I think that's really interesting. That's a very human-first approach, and that is, in my opinion, I actually passionately believe that is correct. A company is just people, and then plus a bit of hardware.
I wonder if that might change with the IDE plugins, because up to this point, nothing's ever been as close, or we're not there yet, but we'll get there. But nothing's ever been this close to the actual IDE.
And then on top of IDE plugins as well, because we can now write in JavaScript or C# or C++, that can now be wound into the engine more effectively. Ironically or coincidentally, through a lot of work that I know Kat is doing at the minute to make the compiler more effective at talking to other languages. Like, there is more scope for grabbing community projects and sort of subsuming them. And all the problems and benefits that entails as well. It's not always a smooth process. I'm not sure where this is going to go, but like, it's moving in a direction that's going to change GameMaker culturally, and that is really important. I again so strongly believe that the culture of a game engine is what makes a game engine what it is. It's not really the technology. Technology is there as a facilitator. But now that we are opening the doors to all these different languages, yeah, maybe the relationship between the community and Yo-Yo Games will change again. Don't know what it'll look like. Kind of interesting, though.
I am interested in like the whole ecosystem myself, because is it worthwhile talking about it now I think about it? I mean,
well, go for it.
you know what I've talked about already, but
Yeah.
And it has technically kind of been said in the public channels, but it's like, for the clarity, there is no NDA really. I have been somewhat slowly helping on some Twitch integrations for the official GameMaker Twitch extension, and I'm
cool
kind of like, well, I mean, like, granted, it's not like a lot of like interloping talks going on, but like, I'm slowly like kind of like intertwining on how this whole situation would kind of turn out to be, because I think especially someone who sits in the FOSS position, I like, contributing for things. I'm not exactly someone who even chases after like every dollar bill, but I mean, I wouldn't complain, but I'm kind
There's
of
a principle at work, yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm definitely interested in like seeing more how it plays out in the future, and I feel like it's just part of the stepping stone to it, really.
Yeah, I was asked to do some shader work and some programming for the asset template stuff, and I had a conversation with Stuart Poole, who was one of the producers at the time, who left quite soon after, and he just didn't, it didn't click with me the way they wanted to approach this, because they wanted to lock down, and rightly so. I'm sorry, I just want to make this very clear. Like, they are paying me to do work; they should own the IP. That's usually how this works. But they were paying me to write a shader, and I said to them, like, "Oh, okay, you're paying me to write the shader. What if I want to make an open source version of that shader later? Or I want to make a shader that does the same thing, but does it, better? Or I learned from that experience, and I wanted to create a different variant of that shader that achieves a similar end result." And they're like, "Oh, no, you can't do that. We would prevent you from doing that." And it's like, I get that, but like, wow, that's a hell of a trade-off. That's like, that's yeah, it's a big trade-off.
Interesting.
Now, in reality, I don't think it would have been a problem, but yeah, it's something that put me off.
I mean, okay, like, I feel like it's kind of off the opposite side of things, because like, I'm not really like, there has been no talks on money whatsoever from my position. Yep. I mean, like I said, I don't mind doing FOSS for the hell of it. Like, I generally don't mind. So, obviously, I could intervene that, and yes, I know I could get that bread. I will someday. I probably might, but
someday soon.
I just like, in general, just kind of seeing how the process would go in general for game developers, because it's like no one's gonna get that foot in the door, and we're not gonna know what it's gonna be like until we can at least trial these systems. If we know what to expect from like any like GameMaker as a whole in terms of FOSS and future integrations and works, then we might have a better idea on how we can cooperate better.
Yeah.
I,
So when you
I
say
feel like, sorry, you go.
Yeah, when you say system there, you mean a system of collaboration between,
Yeah.
Yo-Yo Games as an entity and then either individuals or small teams of community contributors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like it's always obviously been very clear that the whole GameMaker team is like very into like the idea of just FOSS. Like we have Feather going open source. We have just different parts of the engine becoming open source, like different aspects. Like extensions, like just being out in the open, you can contribute to at any time. Even the unit test framework, the manual, all of that has
yes.
like
the unit test framework that's still on 2023.8.
I wish they would be a little bit more proactive in using it, but I am glad that it's there.
Makes
the
me a bit
weird thing
worried
is-
about the new runtime if their unit test.
So here's the
solved.
thing, and I kind of want to deflect it a little, because I do get the concerns. I do get it. I feel like I need to kind of sit down and actually investigate it some more because I haven't really been doing too much of that. I have checked the branches though, and I have seen branches for like the later versions. Like we even have a 2024.04 like sitting here. So, and that is up to date as of like I think about 2-3 weeks ago when I checked last.
Yeah.
Like
Why
early
isn't
in
it
the
on
week.
main?
That is now the next interesting question. That is something that I'd like to find now. I haven't, sat down in the hot minute and figured it out because I've been kind of in and out, non-stop working. But
This is what I mean. That you want to know how this works. That's so weird.
I'm genuinely considering asking a bunch of questions. I mean, I know the channels ask obviously because so I'm thinking like maybe not today, maybe over the next few weeks, I probably might have some answers to some of these many questions. I feel like if there is any questions regarding like the current like FOSS state of like any of the extensions from GameMaker, the manual, etc., I think it'd be the best time to note it down.
Interesting. Yes, I think I agree with you. There's something that's really kind of jumping out at me here. There's a presumption that we're making that the community and Yo-Yo Games should collaborate. Now, I think they should, yes. But that is an assumption that needs defining before you can figure out how to do it the best way. Like, what does a collaboration mean? What's the scope of that? What's the end result? Does money change hands? Many questions that come out the back of that we do not have time to even get into today, or even really discuss.
I have another thought that's been kicking around in my head, which is sort of tangentially related to both of these, which is that, as for the question of why we care, I kind of get the feeling that, like, a lot of the regulars in the community who make, like, production games, like the four of us, for example, like, we could move to a different engine. Like, I could obviously do the things that I do more efficiently in another engine, but a lot of us stick around because we like to know how the stuff gets made, and GameMaker gives us the freedom to mess around without having the engine just take care of everything for us. And I wonder if that's something that, like, factors into the interest in knowing how the engine itself and the company happens.
I'd be very cautious about treating people like lines of code.
People generate
the implications of that are all kinds of fun, aren't they? But I wonder if like that. I'm not really thinking about the lines of code, but like the sort of personality that's interested in like using vertex buffers directly or using other fairly basic systems to create complicated things are also the sort of person who's interested in like actually knowing how stuff gets added to the tools that they're using.
Yeah, interesting theory. Yeah, maybe.
That's again, I just pulled this out of my butt. I have no idea if it's accurate in any way or not, but it's been kicking around in my head, and I don't know, something to think about maybe. I have to say also for the community itself, like one of the things that I do enjoy about being here is how many people there are for a relatively small game development like community engine are interested in making extensions and things, like all the million GameMaker FOSS projects out there. Like I make those songs about GameMaker every 1st of April, and they're obviously supposed to be a joke, right? But the fact that in this year's I was able to just rattle off 100+ different extensions that were, well, I didn't even have to like look far for most of them. I didn't have to dig up anything from like 2013. That's kind of impressive that there's that much stuff out there.
Especially since GameMaker as a whole has radically changed since 2.3. Like radically, it's a very different experience using the engine now.
I won't lie. I could like if GameMaker did not have struct methods, like the whole changes it did when it should have had, I would probably still not be using GameMaker, like straight up.
Oh yeah, like man, do you remember making complicated games without structs? It's just
there were so many weird and
enums
stupid
and arrays.
tricks that I did to make like methods and data management work in pre-GMS 2.3 that if 2.3 didn't happen, would I have eventually gotten tired of that and just moved somewhere else? Honestly, probably.
Yeah, I would have done.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
I mean-
you think there's a couple of things I could live out with, but it's like the fact that we couldn't really easily define like custom functions within objects. Like I could probably still live, even to some extent, like array enums in place of structs, but it's like they're just such a huge game changer. Like once you use it, it dramatically changes and shapes how everything you think about, like with GameMaker. It's like I'm sorry, I cannot touch like even GMS 1.4. I actually did pull it up because I wanted to like demonstrate how you could replicate like a method-like system, because I was thinking of maybe making some tutorials in that department, because I have seen some people still get confused about methods, and I want to break it down in a more simplistic way.
Yeah. I speaking of limitations of GMS1, yeah, for Swords of Ditto, we hit the limitations of GMS1 so hard, like just face planted into the ground out of a 3-story window. That was really painful. It was so difficult. So nowadays we've got some functions which allows you to, detect the loaded state of texture pages and stuff like this, right? Like that just didn't exist in GMS1. We didn't even have functions to really properly manage that stuff at all.
Was that
And
before
so
the function for flushing texture pages was added, even like the GPU flush or whatever?
Fortunately, it was called draw flush.
Draw
back in the day.
flush, that's what it was.
But yeah, we did have that. So we had prefetch and we had flush, and it targeted texture groups.
Because if you didn't have that, you would basically have all sprite assets loaded into VRAM at the same time always, right?
Yeah, which was obviously horrifying. And for Swords of Ditto, yes, that did indeed crash everything that we touched because it was all high-res assets. So I had to write an XML parser to parse all of the XML that gets spat out by the asset compiler, and then it would go grab the list of texture pages individually, and then it would associate a texture page with a sprite by passing all the sprites. And then when you drew a sprite, it would measure how long it took for that sprite to draw, and if it was over a certain amount of time, then it'd go, oh, you probably just did an implicit texture fetch. And then that had to register over it. Like, oh my god, so much code.
That is so much duct tape. I love it.
Yeah. And that is how we debugged it. And then it goes one step further. It was a procedurally generated game. I developed a probabilistic texture page fetch, because we couldn't fetch textures after we loaded the level because the memory space would be garbled because of the way the procgen worked. So I probabilistically figured out the most likely textures that we were going to need, loaded them, generated the level, and then flushed anything we didn't need. It was a fucking nightmare. And I had to do it because on Switch it crashed like all the time. 5 minutes in it would crash. Ah, scream.
You know, I will say
The worst.
on that note, since this is 2.3, there is one thing which I've still yet to cover, but I have some people on this world bugging me for it to this day. Build scripts. Why are they great? Why are they useful? I feel like in regards to like the XML files, there is some things you could probably do with build scripts, like straight up.
Nowadays, you just use the inbuilt texture group and texture page functions. Thank God they exist. Those are so useful. Ah.
Yeah.
You remember the old macros editor for GMS1?
Yeah,
The nightmare
was
that
also
was.
pretty bad. Also pretty bad. Sometimes I find myself wanting it back. Just every now and again, I'm like, oh, it'd be useful to have an ID for this. But
I did want to say one more thing. Did you see with the recent cookbook jam my submission?
I did
by
not.
the way.
I didn't.
So,
Maybe...
what if I were to tell you recently I made a tool that could give you a rough estimate of like very accurately rough estimate of like how much memory you're using so far in the GPU in terms of
I literally wrote that today. I have wasted so much time. I should have just used your asset.
Fucking, I did everything. I covered Spine 2D assets. I covered Spine texture pages. Like it does it automatically. No build scripts, no nothing. It's all
I'm gonna
on
have
the
to hit
runtime.
you up for that because that's something that I'm interested in.
Well,
Did you do surfaces?
yes, I did all the surfaces.
Did you do the application surface as well?
Yes.
Oh, I thought I had you there.
Even
Damn it.
even vertex buffers when they're frozen.
You son of a bitch.
I've done a lot.
Oh my god, he's made it work.
Here's the thing, and you know what's the funniest part of it? I made it within a day because someone literally handed me like in my DMs. They went, "Hey, is there a free version of this like $2 asset that was an extension that you had to define a rough size?" I was like, "No, there should be an automated way," and I figured it out all in a fucking day.
Nice.
Thank you, GameMaker. Thank you.
All right,
Tab,
I do now.
When you said you've never heard anyone call a library an asset, do you remember that?
Yeah,
Juju just did.
Literally.
There you go.
Oh, I did.
Gotcha.
I did, didn't I?
I got you. Yep.
Oh wow.
I've heard so many different words used to describe the general thing of external stuff that you shove into your project.
Yeah.
Cool.
Asset, extension, library. I've heard them called plugins for some reason. I've heard them called all kinds of things. I've heard them called scripts even when they're not scripts.
It's not too late because you can still technically use it. I will admit one thing though. If it's for LTS, I do not have a way from LTS because there's certain things that I absolutely need to utilize that I find it too hard to use for LTS.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. LTS is missing some of the texture page functions.
Well, it's not even that. Like, because I'm technically abusing a certain texture function to just check like even the status of the surface texture. That just explodes on LTS.
I'm so sorry. Right, okay. Before anybody else interrupts me, I need to go. Okay.
All right, we are going on 4 hours. That was fun. I would not mind doing this more than once a year if anyone else has any fun things to scream about. Juju can share some of his fun game dev war stories.
We can always turn it into a podcast.
Someone stoke the fire and sit down around me, kids. I got stories to tell you about the war. I have no other stories to tell you right now. You have to give me some time to prepare. He caught me in my trousers down.
How are we going to end this off? You all want to say your names again and where people can find you if they are interested in the things that you do?
Yeah, okay. So we can find you on YouTube with your 3D tutorials and your duck game. No, I'm kidding.
Quack.
Alright, no. We'll be serious. We'll be serious. I guess I should just go first then. You know
Yeah,
what?
you
You're
should,
right.
yes. Yep.
How is it that we've done this so many times and we're still bad at this?
I am your favorite elf, your favorite cat. I am Tabular Elf. I live in the Great Down Under. I love spiders. You can always find me on https / what was the backslash? I can't fucking remember. Tabalf.link. That's where all my socials are at. including GitHub. Yes. I just
Very
checked.
cool. If you need me, you can find me on GitHub because I'm a absolutely colossal nerd. So that's github.com/JujuAdams. If you need me for work, I'm sure you'll figure out how to get in contact with me. Here's a hint: jujuadams.com, and then you can go contact me about hiring me. And if you just want to,
tabletalf.com, just bother me and I'll bother Juju.
oh yeah, yeah. Also bother him. That's also nice. Thank you.
Coordinated bothering.
And also if you want to yell at me about having strong opinions about things, that is also very justified. So feel free, hit me up. I'm done. Gleb, it's your turn.
Oh,
Here,
it
you
is.
should go
It is.
AFK.
You can find my only library at github.com/Tsereteli/gymroomloader. Awesome library for loading GameMaker rooms at runtime. That's the only public thing I have, I think.
And it's sick. He put all his knowledge into it, all of his talent into one thing. That is dedication.
It's actually the
Gem.
library itself is interesting because it doesn't really use anything outside of what GameMaker offers. So it's just GameMaker. No algorithms, no external systems, no nothing. Just reading the data, initializing, optimizing the data, and loading the data. So yeah, I'm also on Twitter at glebtsereteli.com. No, that's not a thing. Just glebtsereteli, and then on Discord, same thing. GameMaker server, GameMaker kitchen server. Yep, that's about
all
it.
killer, no filler. That is Gleb. That's the experience.
All right, I guess that's it. That was fun, and I will see you all later.
Goodbye. Thank you all
Later.
for being here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Take care.
I go back to space. Goodbye.